Chapter 1498. Primal chaos surged. Above the mist floated an unknown land, rotating between the real and the void. The palace towered there, tall and grand. In the palace, the gray-eyed woman's figure was tall and slender. Right now, her chest was rising and falling intensely, her eyes incredibly cold, making her originally fair and beautiful face add an indescribable type of unruliness. The clone she cut out was actually attacked, even her chest feeling as if it was struck by a fist. This left her in disbelief. How could the host suffer a backlash? Countless great eras had passed. This was enough to prove that as long as an imprint was planted in their bodies, if these hosts didn't die, they would become servants, unable to resist at all. Now, something happened to her clone. In that instant, she was about to move out, personally hurry over to kill that host who broke free from her control, displaying abnormal behavior. After all these years passed, she was no longer in a gray mist state. She condensed the Tao foundation accumulated over the endless years in the other side. After absorbing all of it, she became powerful enough. Moreover, once the gray mist appeared, who could stop it? All things in this world, creatures of all clans, as long as they came into contact with it, they would be corroded, either turned into blood and bones, or reduced to servants. Few could escape. In the end, they all had to crawl beneath her feet. However, when she was about to take a step forward, someone reached out a hand, inviting her to take a seat in the palace, discussing the various matters of this great era. The great era has arrived. This is Grey Lord's era. However, we have no choice but to be on guard. If something unexpected happens, we can return from the Dark Great Era, or perhaps the White Fiend Era will arrive ahead of time. Those things won't happen. The Great Era has arrived. The main sacrifice has returned. Who can stop them? The gray-eyed woman replied coldly. We don't know much, but we understand that the great ceremony's significance is too great, affecting the past, present, and future. It is 10 times, 100 times more important than the existence of the heavens above, matters of life and death. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong. In the palace, another indistinct figure appeared. There was now a type of inauspicious matter that pervaded the air. He was emphasizing extremely serious. The creatures here were all silent, all of them extremely serious, no one daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect or carelessness. Even though they didn't know the truth behind the great ceremony, they knew that it would happen once every great era. It was grand and formal, its significance incomparably great. If not for this, why would the main sacrifice have returned? Creatures of that level, for the heavens, were indescribably powerful, inconceivable, long transcending above. Even if our source is destroyed, even if the ominous beings of all heaven speak of our overturned, even if the strange races cease to exist, we still have to ensure that the great ceremony goes smoothly. Nothing is more important than it. Bang! The gray-eyed woman covered her chest with her hand and suddenly stood up from her seat. Her bulging chest rose and fell even more violently. Her cold and lustrous face was extremely cold, and her pupils were terrifying. How preposterous! In the depths of her eyes was boundless killing intent and the terrifying scene of the universe being obliterated. The countless remains of stars were like dust that covered the shattered and dim world. The host was attacking her clone? Unforgivable. Unbearable. What's wrong with you? A creature was shocked, revealing a strange expression. The woman who looked back was cold and didn't say anything. She didn't want to tell these creatures the truth. Otherwise, they would covet this gray era to begin with, wishing to replace it. If they found out now that she couldn't even control her host, then there would naturally be some variables, even if it wouldn't affect the overall situation. All of this was naturally related to Chu Feng. Chu Feng struck out several times in succession, blasting apart the creature in the gray mist, piercing through its body. Little Gray, come here. When it heard this type of address, the creature in the gray mist simply hated him to death. Such a ridiculous name actually fell on its head. It actually dared to call it this, no matter how it heard it. It sounded like calling a pet. Its chest was in intense pain. It really was hateful. It was actually attacked by the host, yet it couldn't stop it. It had never experienced this type of defeat in the past. Wang, while its eyes were ice cold, tried to think of a way. That male opened his large hand. Golden symbols covered his 5 fingers, sparkling and brilliant. He grabbed it with a single move, imprisoning it. What symbols? Its pupils contracted. It could actually make the strange source freeze, unable to corrode that large hand in the slightest. This was a bit terrifying. These were the golden patterns that had appeared on the stone jar. Chu Feng sighed. He couldn't sever that jar, the connection between them too deep. So, immediately afterwards, Chu Feng teleported with it, crossing several hundred li. In a split second, they arrived near a modern civilized city, that place brightly lit. Chu Feng searched with his powerful divine sense. Very soon, he found the stone jar under an old tree in the outskirts amidst the rubble. In this restless night, it was ordinary, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. His expression was complex. In the end, he still picked it up. There was no way around it. This thing was difficult to sever from him. He really couldn't part with it for a short period of time. He naturally understood that the gray creature had come looking for him. It was definitely because after losing the stone jar, it was no longer able to hide from heaven's mysteries. His whereabouts were exposed. The gray era had arrived. The great sacrifice was about to begin. In this era, the gray creature race was the main character. Now, only a gray creature that could corrode the Empyrean level appeared, and it was only an avatar. If he got rid of it this time, its true body might come in person, and even more formidable creatures might rush over. All of this would be a great disaster. In the end, he still needed the stone jar to hide heaven's mysteries and conceal his whereabouts. Could this be the legendary true fragrance law? When he thought of this, Chu Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He grabbed the gray creature and began to beat it. Now, he already saw clearly that there was a little person about a foot tall in this gray mist. It was very beautiful. If it was the height of a normal person, it could be said to be graceful and beautiful, with a moving celestial appearance. Only a pair of gray eyes were too fierce, and they were currently staring at him fiercely. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome youth with a complexion like jade? Chu Feng said as he put on his clothes. The clothes he wore earlier had long since turned to ashes, destroyed in the lightning tribulation. Now his flesh was completely reconstructed. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting rich vitality. His head of jet black hair had also grown out. His face was handsome, and his eyes were clear. Not only had he recovered, but he was even better than before. Regardless of whether it was his corporeal body or soul light, they were both astonishingly powerful. Chu Feng felt that he could pinch a supreme creature to death with a single hand. Of course, he wouldn't lose himself in this kind of misconception. Then, the gray creature was furious and simply about to go crazy. That was because Chu Feng was like stroking a dog's head. He held her with one hand, and the other was patting and rubbing her head. Do you really think I'm a pet? A dog? The gray creature wanted to roar in resentment. At the same time, in the unnamed land, in the palace hall that was pervaded with all kinds of ominous substances, the gray-eyed woman suddenly stood up again. Her body was trembling slightly, especially where her head was. It made her feel stimulated, and even her scalp was numb. She felt that she couldn't bear it anymore. The relationship between her and her clone was very complicated. It was hard to sever them. She could clearly feel that someone was stroking her head. What kind of situation was this? The gray-eyed woman was simply about to go crazy. Who was she? The emissary of the gray source. What was her identity? Heaven's chosen one. And now, someone was humiliating her. The most crucial thing was that the coordinates weren't clear and had long since become hazy. Then, they became even more indistinct, and she couldn't determine her position at all. She could feel that person crossing over and leaving the place at lightning speed. Now, she didn't know where he went. This was terrible to the extreme. Now, her clone had fallen into the host's hands and was at his mercy. She was actually powerless to resist. The next moment, Her hair stood on end because she felt that her sparkling and beautiful ears were being pinched and pulled forcefully. This was simply unimaginable. After so many great eras, which emissary had ever suffered such humiliation? She was currently experiencing it. This was the gray era, an era that belonged to them. Yet the host had turned from guest to host and was currently adjusting and educating her. Some creatures nearby revealed odd expressions. They felt that the gray-eyed woman's behavior was odd. Why was she so restless? In truth, at this time, Chu Feng was crossing the heaven and earth. He used domain methods to cross dozens of provinces at a time and was far away from Ming province. During this process, he continuously interrogated and treated the gray creature as a prisoner. At first, he found her rather exquisite and his methods were relatively gentle. He pulled her ear and made her recount all the karma. However, this gray creature didn't cooperate at all. Do you really want to become a dog emperor? I'll help you. Chu Feng wasn't lenient at all. He blasted her with a punch and almost broke her body into two. However, this strange creature's vitality was too strong. As long as the gray mist didn't disperse, she wouldn't die. This shrunken, graceful body rapidly condensed and reassembled. When she appeared once again, she stared fixedly at him with a ruthless expression. Chu Feng sneered and imprisoned her there. He patted her head and said, "You're still delusional enough to think of rebelling after falling into my hands?" Then, the gray grinding stone in his body began to rotate. Strand after strand of gray substance entered his skin and his body through his pores. "How did you do it?" The gray creature was truly shocked. She had personally witnessed this fellow refine her source once again to strengthen himself. How comfortable! Chu Feng sighed in admiration. He was absorbing the gray substance, and the grinding stone in his body became more and more realistic. It was about to be refined into a tangible object as it rotated slowly. He could vaguely see that it had existed for as long as countless epochs. The grinding stone crushed all living things and purified all sources as it rotated slowly. In a split second, Chu Feng seemed to have seen through the void and saw the scene on the reincarnation path. It was as if he had seen that huge and coarse stone grinding stone in the radiant city of death. "It's not as complete as mine," Chu Feng said softly. There was only a row of golden characters on that grinding stone, but he had carved many on his gray grinding stone. He copied all the golden characters on the stone jar and integrated them into it. The gray creature was horrified. 40% of its source had been lost. This strange host was too terrifying. Did he feed on ominous substances? The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its silver splendor sprinkled on the mountain forest. It was pure white and tranquil. Chu Feng sat on a large limestone at the highest point of the mountain peak and gently exhaled. In the end, there was still lightning interweaving. The power of the heavenly tribulation hadn't completely dissipated. His corporeal body and soul light were still being nourished by the special runes and lightning left behind by the heavenly tribulation. He was still digesting the benefits. I was struck by lightning for no reason. Then, you little thing came knocking on my door. Are you trying to take my soul? I'll beat you to death. Chu Feng was holding his breath. Not long ago, his mentality was out of balance, and he wanted to go into seclusion. In the end, he was struck half to death by the heavenly lightning, and the gray creature wanted his life. Bang, bang, bang. There was nothing more to say. He would beat him up again and vent his anger. Villainous heavens, why did you strike me for no reason? What did I do to provoke you? Who set this stupid rule? Isn't it just evolution? I still have to be struck by lightning. How hateful. The gray creature was furious and resentful. In the end, he felt a little hopeless. He really wanted to say, "You bastard. You were struck by lightning. You were struck by lightning. Why did you hit me? Go strike lightning. Go strike the heavenly tribulation. What right do you have to vent your anger on me?" At this moment, the gray creature was really going crazy. He was beaten until his nose and face were bruised and swollen. His body was in tatters and pierced through many times. He was even beaten until his body was torn into pieces. Who told you to strike me? Who told you to use lightning to strike people for no reason? One day, I'll bring lightning to strike you. Chu Feng was furious. Then, he began to beat him with even more force. The gray creature couldn't take it anymore. He was about to cry out in pain. What image, what arrogance, and what arrogance. Now, they were pretty much scattered. Stop. Host, you have to understand your own fate. Humiliating me like this will cause you to fall into eternal darkness. You still dare to talk back? Chu Feng attacked again, smashing it to pieces. He also directly absorbed 60 to 70% of its origin matter. If this continued, he would definitely be destroyed. You aren't going to explain the great ceremony situation, right? Fine, I'll keep you. In the future, I'll beat you 10 times a day. When I have nothing to do, I'll refine you. When I have something to do, I'll beat you up even more. When the gray creature heard this, he directly shut his mouth. He endured the intense pain, not wanting to say anything. This host was too terrifying and too shameful. He might as well just directly kill him. This could be considered using him as a punching bag. He was going to slowly sort it out. At this time, above the primal chaos mist, in an unknown land, the depths of that gray-eyed woman's eyes were filled with endless coldness. She forcefully endured it, sitting there without moving. She clearly understood that she had been beaten, that she was currently being viciously beaten. It was an extraordinary humiliation, unimaginable. Her dignity, her emissary's glory, her illustrious status, and others were all attacked, subverted. She was actually being lifted up and beaten, her true body feeling this clearly. She was furious, but at the same time, she felt tired. Why didn't the host just kill that incarnation and end things here? Was he planning on keeping it around to vent his anger? When she thought of this possibility, she shivered all over. The Great Era arrived. As an emissary, her race was the main character of this era. So how could she be humiliated like this for a long time? If the two continue to tangle, that type of situation would make her feel extremely uneasy. In the end, Chu Feng had enough. He forcefully kneaded the gray creature into a dog shape. That appearance was clearly that of a dog emperor. You have a big brother called the Great Dog Emperor, so in the future, you'll be called the Little Dog Emperor. The gray creature's mental state almost exploded. This host deserved to be executed, too hateful. Was this something a human would do? It was about to go crazy. In the outer realm, within the copper coffin, the Dog Emperor's eyes flickered. He always felt that something was wrong, that something wasn't right. Woof, don't let me know who it is, or else this emperor will bite you to death. The Dog Emperor fiercely cried out. The copper coffin crossed over, bringing them to who knew where. In the Yang realm, under the bright moonlight, the mountain peak was very quiet. I really want to go home. Being an ordinary person is also good. I'm tired of fighting and killing, but I can go back now. Chu Feng sighed. After calming down, he looked up at the bright moon, one hand subconsciously stroking the gray dog's head. He wanted to return to the past. He was truly somewhat tired of his current life. Looking back at the past, being ordinary was true. If one could choose, who would be willing to live amidst blades and shadows, bathe in blood, step over mountains of corpses and seas of bones? Who would be willing to endure this? He would find a girl he liked, get married, have children, and withdraw from this bizarre and dreamlike world of gods and devils. But could he still go back? Now, if he wanted to return to Earth, it was very likely that he would be targeted by the ultimate manipulator who had caused Earth civilization to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Chu Feng sighed. He couldn't go back. He was worried that the ultimate manipulator who had led the reincarnation of Earth civilization would further treat him as a special experimental subject. Who is he? How strong is he? This was a question that Chu Feng was very concerned about. It could be said that he still had the motivation to become stronger when he had the thought of returning to seclusion. It was also because he wanted to survive and guard against the unknown ultimate manipulator. Can I live until then? Well, I'm strong enough. I'll go to Earth and touch your dog head. Chu Feng's resentment was boundless. He really wanted to be strong enough one day to face that manipulator and return to Earth calmly. Then, The gray puppy in his hand became angry. It had really become a punching bag. It had to be stroked and beaten for no reason. This was too much of a bully. My parents and my old friends have all been reincarnated in the world of the living. Where else can I go? I have to find them. Chu Feng sighed and began to hit the dog's head. The gray creature howled and cried out in pain. The gray creature could also see that its master was fidgety and in a bad mood. That was why it had encountered such a monster today. Who was the strange and who was the ominous creature? This host was completely unafraid of it and could instead absorb its origin runes and energy. Was there still justice in this world? The gray dog looked up at the sky with tearful eyes. Chu Feng immediately glared and said, "What kind of expression is that? Why are you pretending to be profound? Why are you looking at the sky? Look at me. Take a few steps and bark a few times. Hurry up, I'm talking to you, dog." Oh, whoa. The gray dog's ruthlessness overflowed the sky. The gray fog surged. It couldn't bear it. A savage creature like it, the descendant of the main sacrifice, was actually being treated as a dog. How could it endure this? It was going to risk its life. In the end, Chu Feng directly stuffed it into the jar after a fierce slap. Banishment and imprisonment. In an unknown land in the primal chaos, the gray-eyed woman finally let out a long sigh. What happened just now was simply a nightmare for her. Every minute was torture. She was stroked on the head, beaten, and profaned. It was too unbearable. It really made her go crazy. "I'll find you sooner or later," she swore in her heart. At this time, many people's faces appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Where were his parents reincarnated? Would they meet again in this life? The little Taoist was actually the soul-like clone of the decayed corpse. This damn child, no wonder he deserved a beating. He was broken from the root. When he thought of the little Taoist, he naturally thought of Qin Luoying. This child's mother had already mercilessly cut off the past and expressed that she would no longer have any interactions with him. For the sake of their common child, Chu Feng had already tried his best to communicate with her, but the other party was very resolute. Since that was the case, he wasn't an indecisive person. From now on, he wouldn't try to persuade her to stay. Chu Feng let out a light sigh. He thought of his ex-girlfriend, Linoi. She had come to the world of the living. Where did she go after that? Where is she going to campaign? This woman was also a mystery. At the end of the reincarnation road, there was actually her imprint in that mysterious ancient palace. She was once an outstanding person in an extremely ancient era. Old Donkey had become a scholar and appeared on the 3 battlefields. He had even found the eastern tiger. What about Yellow Cattle? Where was Ouyang Feng? There were still many people he hadn't seen. After that, he thought of the silver-haired little Lolita Ing Xiao Xiao. This child had already grown up. Time really passed quickly. How was young lady she recently? He wanted to go and see her. Yao Yao. When he thought of this name, Chu Feng felt a burst of heartache. She had fallen into the great abyss of darkness. Would he still be able to see her in this life? I'm still not strong enough. If I had the might of a celestial emperor, so what if I had the ultimate black hand in the little netherworld? I would still dare to go back. Chu Feng realized that he had been sighing for the whole night. In short, his strength was still insufficient. Even if he wanted to live in seclusion, it would be somewhat dangerous with his current strength. Let's go. I'll go to the 3 battlefields and deliver the soul medicine to heavenly venerable Yushang to prolong his life. Chu Feng said softly. That was Yao Yao's ancestor who had protected him many times on the 3 battlefields. Now that he had plucked the great medicine from the Soul Light Cave, he could finally save him. Chu Feng's heart stirred. He felt a sudden, abnormal movement coming from the depths of the mountain range. His figure flashed and disappeared from the mountaintop. He entered the mountains and stared at a certain part of the sky. A heavenly tribulation was about to appear there. Someone was about to cross it. It seemed that the creature wasn't weak. Otherwise, a heavenly tribulation wouldn't have appeared even if it had successfully evolved. Chu Feng was most sensitive to heavenly tribulations now because he had just been struck. A certain part of the mountainside broke open and an old man with a thick chest and broad back came out of seclusion. His head was shiny and didn't have much hair. He opened his mouth and whistled with an extraordinary aura. Pangu split heaven and earth. June Tuaw suppressed the human world. After cultivating for 3,000 years, I stand at the peak of the divine path. He exhaled as soon as he came out. He was rather pleased. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Who is this? Ancient Saint June Tuaw from the Lesser Een realm. There was once a time when he used June Tuo's egg to scold his opponents as a turtle bastard. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would see this old fellow again in the Yang realm? Back then, June Tuaw had indeed entered the Yang realm. I've only been in the Yang realm for a dozen years, and I've already established myself in the divine realm. This old fellow was now high-spirited and full of confidence. Then, the heavenly tribulation arrived. It was very fierce as June Tuaw began across it. Looking at this old turtle who had once been the enemy of Earth's evolvers, Chu Feng squinted his eyes. He suddenly thought of many things. Back then, the various races in the Lesser Een realm were affected, and many people entered the Yang realm in the end. Among them was Yao Yao's fiancée from back then, the third-ranked person under the starry skies. Now it seemed that the Een realm seed was indeed extraordinary. After receiving the nourishment of two worlds and being favored by the Yang realm, their cultivation speed would increase. Of course, the main reason was that these people weren't simple. Back then, they were suppressed in the Lesser Een realm cosmos. Their laws were incomplete, and their great Tao was deficient. Otherwise, these people would have long since advanced. In addition, they had accumulated for thousands of years. Now that they had broken free from their shackles, they could naturally evolve quickly. So much so that Chu Feng suspected that some of these old evildoers from the Lesser Een realm might have become celestial, venerable level entities. After all, these people were the accumulation of a cosmos. Now that the great Tao was complete, some of these old evildoers might really have a great destiny. Not long after, June Tuaw successfully crossed the tribulation. After changing into a new set of clothes, he stood with his head held high, very confident. Then he saw a youth standing under the moonlight and smiling at him, revealing a mouthful of snow-white and brilliant teeth. "You're that human trafficker?" June Tuaw jumped in fright. Why did he suddenly encounter this evildoer of the past? However, he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he revealed a cold smile. What realm was he at now? He could slap the other party to death with a single slap, right? Chu Feng was a bit stupefied. Another old friend was calling him a human trafficker. It really was like a dream, as if it was yesterday. Bang! June Tuaw had now become a divine level entity. Just as he was about to emit his might, he discovered to his horror that the youth had opened up a large hand and grabbed him. Wait a moment, stop. This old man has something to say. He was terrified. This human trafficker, this little demon, why was he becoming more and more abnormal? He could crush him to death with a raise of his hand. Won't. Right at this time, the sky split open and trembled violently. Gray mist poured down in torrents. Is this opening ahead of time? A new era has arrived, and the great sacrifice is about to begin. Someone was shocked and completely dumbfounded. This meant that doomsday had arrived. In the primal chaos, in an unknown land, the gray-eyed woman and the others were also overwhelmed with shock. They all stood up and quickly rushed out of the palace hall. What was happening? Lord Efficient is angry. His dignity has been offended. He is going to harvest the sacrifices now and directly conduct the great sacrifice. Someone said with a trembling voice. He actually skipped many steps and was about to begin now. Gray mist poured down in torrents. A large hole appeared in the sky, and great gray mist continuously flowed down from there. Immediately afterwards, black blood, white fiend, and other inauspicious substances also appeared, falling from the large hole in the sky dome. They worked together with the great gray mist to cover everything. It was to the extent that everyone saw that an ancient land mysteriously emerged from who knew how many millions and millions of li away. It was as if it was welcoming someone back. That was the sacrificial ground. Was it going to come out? It seemed to have crossed great eras one after another, and was about to enter the heavens. Moreover, it provided the coordinates to guide the officiant. In a daze, it was as if a figure was quickly approaching. It's over, we're all going to die. It's completely over. The heavens no longer exist. Dusk enveloped the world. Many experts and countless evolvers were in despair. They felt that a great disaster was imminent. They realized that the final moments had arrived. Everything was about to end. Chapter 1499. The boundless darkness gave people an oppressive feeling. Heart palpitations, despair, sorrow, and all kinds of negative emotions surged into their hearts. The most important thing was that all evolvers with a certain level of strength seemed to have been targeted by the creatures of the underworld. Their souls became cold, and their bodies became ice cold. Many people trembled as if they had been locked onto by a natural enemy. It was also like a natural suppression. Their flesh betrayed their own bodies, wanting to bow down and kneel down. No! Someone roared. They were about to die. The end of the entire cosmos had arrived, yet they couldn't die with dignity. They even had to kneel down. How could this be? Even though they were about to die, they shouldn't be humiliated like this. All the evolvers were terrified. Before the arrival of death, at the moment when the world was about to reach its end, who could let go? How many people could face it calmly? But as a primate, a creature with their own thoughts, who wouldn't fear death? Who would be willing to die? There wasn't much life left. The heavens were about to turn dark, and all life was about to end. Everything was about to end. Who could be at ease? No joy or sorrow. They were waiting calmly. No one was willing. All creatures, regardless of whether they were powerful ultimate creatures or ordinary evolvers, were in despair. They were all angry and wanted to resist. Only this was meaningless. The great hole in the sky became even larger and more terrifying. This part of the world seemed to have been pierced through by an external force, and a corner of the entire cosmos collapsed. A sea of gray matter flowed down like a river, but also like a stellar waterfall. It came from beyond the heavens in a grandiose manner. Chu Feng's heart was also palpitating. Had this day finally come? It was too fast. The Soul River battle had just ended, yet the source of the strangeness erupted. The great sacrifice had begun. This didn't give anyone any time to prepare. In his opinion, there should still be some time left. In the end, this day came even faster than he had imagined. Everything was about to end. The gray era had begun, and inauspiciousness pervaded the air, overturning all worlds. Chu Feng sighed. He understood that the main sacrifice had been infuriated. In the battle not long ago, the strange creatures had suffered a great defeat. Even the withered skeleton creature guarding the sacrificial ground had been destroyed. As the leader of this era, he had lost all face. Even though they weren't within the heavens, separated by millions and millions of kilometers of space-time, separated by who knew how many complete great cosmoses, the officiant had already received the message. Right now, he was unleashing thunderous fury. He naturally transcended, no longer residing in the heavens. The place he resided in was unimaginable, impossible to describe, because no one in the present world had ever gone there before. It was to the extent where no one knew what a creature at that level looked like. Was it indescribable, or was it fixed in human form, beast form, or perhaps it was a life form that surpassed all known, a special supreme Tao pattern, a tangible body? An old monster said softly. His entire body was releasing cold air, as if he fell into an ice house. Someone saw that behind the huge hole in the sky, there was not only the blurry image of the sacrificial ground, but also a creature approaching from an even more distant area. It was as if he had crossed epochs after epoch, tangible and tangible, traversing the river of time, coming from an unpredictable place, transcending time itself. Go! Someone released a low roar, about to lead the clan away, break away from the heavens, and enter the chaotic sea. Even though there were all sorts of dangers in the primal chaos, and there were many unpredictable and treacherous lands hidden within, there was even a possibility that it was directly connected to the source of the mysteries. However, a few ancient families still moved now, wishing to hide inside. It was because if they stayed in the heavens, 99% of the experts and families would die. Only a few creatures, due to special reasons, could survive. Comparatively speaking, the primal chaos was extremely dangerous, but experts still had a 10% chance of survival. It was much better than sitting around and waiting for death, waiting in the mountain gate. Of course, the families that had the strength to enter the primal chaos were all incomparably powerful inheritances, their backing terrifying. As for the families that were unperturbed and didn't hide, still active in the heavens, there was definitely something wrong with them. They were related to the source of the mysteries. This was unavoidable. Regardless of whether it was the past, present, or future, there would always be a party that led the way. At this time, it wasn't just the Yang realm, but also the heavens. All of the great worlds and different great cosmos had a huge hole appear in the sky, completely leaking out. Gray matter poured down like the waters of the Yellow River from the heavens. It was vast and mighty, shocking all realms and horrifying the world. Many people were in despair. Not everyone was strong, and some evolvers already collapsed. They roared towards the sky, and there were even some who cried out loud. For a moment, the world was in chaos, and the creatures of the heavens were in deep despair. The gray matter was the main force, and the white fiend and black blood were supplementary. They fell from the sky and corroded the entire world, causing everything to change. Scram! It's happening again. I've escaped an era, but it seems like I can't hide in this life. The legends are true. In the end, I can't escape the final reckoning. The top-notch evolvers in all parts of the world were terrified. All creatures were desolate, helpless, and in deep despair. "Mother, I don't want to die." A young girl was trembling. Her face was pale and devoid of blood. She was at the age of blooming flowers, yet she had to quickly finish her life. "Father, I am a little scared. Will I become neither human nor ghost after being corroded by the gray matter? Will the so-called great ceremony take away our bodies and turn us into zombies?" A young man was terrified. His tender face was full of terror. He was unwilling, didn't want to die, and was afraid of the future. As parents, although they were powerful evolvers, they also felt a sense of helplessness at this moment. They didn't say anything, and each of them hugged the child beside them, waiting silently. In the outer realms, the bronze coffin that was traversing could no longer remain calm. The coffin lid began to shake, and the sound of impact was astonishing. Even in the supposedly dead and silent outer space, there was a mysterious tremor. The Dog Emperor was surprised, and then he was shocked. Celestial Emperor's coffin lid can't be held down anymore. What happened? It stood up abruptly and looked outside. After the bronze coffin was covered by the coffin lid, it was as if the inside was isolated from the outside world. The Dog Emperor didn't sense the upheaval in the heavens and the arrival of doomsday. Boom! At this moment, the entire bronze coffin rumbled violently, emitting a violent tremor. The Emperor's corpse suddenly sat up. His eyes were empty, and wisps of gray mist seeped out from his body. Was he going to turn into a corpse? What's going on? The Emperor's corpse has come back to life. I can't hold him down anymore. The Dog Emperor was stunned, and then he was horrified. The decayed corpse and the bald man were also horrified. The outside world had changed, and something big had definitely happened. The Dog Emperor came to a realization and said, "Oh no, could it be that the great ceremony is about to begin? Is the heavens going to be destroyed? All the universes are coming to an end. This is too fast." The entire bronze coffin was sparkling and translucent, almost transparent. It was as if glazed divine gold was emitting light in the outer realms. However, although the coffin lid shook violently, it didn't fly out in the end. Chu Feng stared at the sky. He naturally felt a sense of helplessness. The great ceremony had begun, and how could he resist at this realm? This was the fundamental reason why he wanted to live in seclusion. He felt helpless and powerless. He didn't have time to grow. An evolver with small arms and legs like him was too young. When it came to resisting the great ceremony, he was too pale. Even if the officiant discovered him, he would probably ignore him, right? Between heaven and earth, sorrowful cries and pained cries rang out. An extremely pessimistic and despairing mood spread, filling the world. The end of the heavens had arrived, and all the realms were about to reach the end of destruction. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He took out the gray creature from the jar, and then began to beat it violently, beating it up and stroking its head. As for Junta, he had long since beaten into his original form and was sitting under his, but like a stool. Of course, when he was stroking the dog's head, he would give Jun Tuo's head a slap from time to time. To think that I, Chu Feng, can also be considered a heaven-warping talent. I was able to evolve to this level in a very short period of time. Unfortunately, I'm still powerless to defy the heavens. He attacked as he spoke, beating the gray creature until it glared angrily at him, and then cried out in despair. Jun Tuo wasn't much better. He had just come out of seclusion and was full of metal. He even shouted out Pangu splitting the world and Jun Tuo suppressing the world, but in the end, he was so miserable. Someone sat on his butt and used him as a stool, a sandbag, and beat him up violently. Ancient Saint Jun Tuo's heart palpitated. He really didn't want to die and hoped that the human trafficker would continue beating him and not directly behead him with a crack, roast him, and eat him. Jun Tuo clearly knew that this dog thing, this vicious human trafficker, had done such a thing in the past. In the end, he killed the hostage and roasted some saint children to eat. Gray, is the great ceremony about to begin? Has the main sacrifice appeared? Asked Chu Feng. The gray creature sneered. It was very sinister and somewhat disdainful, but it couldn't suppress the pride and excitement in its heart. Their race was the protagonist of this era, and this day had finally arrived. Kneel down and worship me. You're still the host and can live. Otherwise, do you not know what your surname is? Chu Feng looked at it with slanted eyes and said, Your surname isn't Gray now. Dog, how dare you speak to me like this? Then he gave it a vicious beating. In an unknown land in the primal chaos, the gray-eyed woman almost collapsed. Wasn't she beaten up not long ago? Why was it starting again now? She really felt a bit of despair. She gnashed her teeth. Even though she was going to become the protagonist of this era, she couldn't find that host and was constantly beaten up by him. This kind of extraordinary humiliation was unbearable. She was about to go crazy. She was noble, yet her avatar was now reduced to a prisoner. It made her feel as if she had experienced it herself. From time to time, she would be picked up and beaten violently. It was truly too sorrowful. After beating up the two punching bags, Chu Feng's mood was much better. He stared at the firmament. Apart from helplessness and feeling that a great disaster was imminent, there was another kind of emotion, and that was some kind of restlessness at the bottom of his heart. That's right, there was an impulse in the depths of his heart. There was a kind of desire to hunt. Even though the end of the world had come, he didn't fear this gray substance. He could resist the ominous. Now, he stared at the large amount of gray mist pouring down from the firmament. The blood in his body was gradually boiling, and he had an impulse to kill his way out. A gluttonous feast. He actually had this kind of feeling. The gray mist substance wasn't fatal to him. He could use the small grinding stone to refine it. It was a great supplement. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably all be dumbstruck. Kill my way over. No, Tom doesn't wait for me. The main sacrifice is about to appear. If my performance is too unusual, I'll be discovered by him. Borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Can you get it to me? Chu Feng muttered. Then, he fiercely beat up the gray creature again. At the same time, he raised his hand and gave Jun Tuo another slap. This is an era that leaves people in despair. Truly shameful Jun Tuo egg. He felt powerless even though he had the heart. In outer space, the copper coffin was sparkling and translucent. It was brilliant and almost completely transparent. The dog emperor and the decayed corpse's expressions were solemn as they observed the various parts of the heavens. They gasped and felt their blood run cold. They all knew what this meant. The great sacrifice had truly begun. But now what could they do? They couldn't stop it. The main sacrifice was about to take action. He was invincible under the heavens. Unless the celestial emperor returned, unless that legendary being reappeared and suppressed all enemies, this era would truly be finished. There's no hope. This coffin is only trembling and not flying out to resist. This means that the imprint left behind by the celestial emperor has dissipated. They sighed. Even though they were fretful and worried, they couldn't change anything. On this day, all life was in despair and helplessness. The world was in complete chaos. However, it was difficult to say that everything in the world was already set in stone until the final moment. In reality, this was indeed the case. Not long after, something unexpected happened. Boom! In the world, an ancient lamp appeared. The faint light was hazy as it burned the large hole in the firmament. The lamp light flickered and throbbed. It actually resisted the gray mist and confronted it. Gotcha! A streak of golden light appeared. It was like an ancestral dragon traversing the sky, bringing with it a large amount of chaotic energy as it rushed over with a roar. In the end, it turned into a primal chaos truncheon and blocked the large hole, preventing the gray matter from completely pouring out. Buzz! The void trembled slightly. A simple and unadorned mirror appeared. Then, it became sparkling and lustrous, shining with peerless immortal light. It resisted all kinds of inauspicious matter and blocked the large hole. It's them. At this moment, many people were shocked. Someone recognized what it was. The three objects were the reincarnation lamp, primal chaos truncheon, and myriad tribulations mirror. Legend had it that when the three objects merged into one, the world would be unified, allowing the ruler of the world to become an invincible ultimate existence. In the great battle between the three sides, not long ago, two of the three objects had already merged into one, but now they appeared separately. Many old monsters were shaken as they stared at the firmament. The three objects were clearly different from before. They were even more realistic. Was this the true form? In fact, it wasn't only the Yang realm. Three objects appeared in all the realms. They appeared in the firmament and blocked the large hole that was pouring inauspicious matter. Everywhere, countless evolvers were cheering, and many people were crying tears of joy. However, some old monsters still wore worried expressions. The origins of these three objects were mysterious, and they didn't know whether they would bring fortune or disaster in the end. That was because they first appeared more than 9 million years ago. There were rumors that the waters behind them were unfathomably deep. In the end, something unexpected happened. A variable has appeared. In an unknown land amidst the primal chaos, the pupils of the gray-eyed woman and the other strange creatures contracted. They felt that the situation wasn't good. The large hole in the firmament was slowly closing. Although it hadn't completely closed according to the trend, the large hole might completely disappear in the end. Who did this? I don't know. Is it possible that it's above the heavens? The situation is unclear. In the unknown underground, in a magnificent palace, a few strange creatures were quickly communicating and discussing. The phantoms of the three objects first appeared 10 million years ago. More than 9 million years ago, they once supported a fake celestial emperor. Now, are the true bodies of the three objects about to descend? A variable has arrived. Don't tell me there's a creature similar to the officiant eyeing the grand ceremony. Even the strange creatures revealed unsightly expressions. This time, there were early signs. Several races had made deductions, and it was different from the past. Something might happen to the grand ceremony. Now, it was indeed true. We are regarded as strange and supreme. Inauspicious substances can destroy myriad worlds, but now, there are creatures who want to make a move and oppose us. Moreover, it doesn't seem like the three celestial emperors of the past. There's actually another power that mysteriously appeared. If it's not the work of above the heavens, then it's the old enemy of our ancestors. We followed the clues and found our way here. Several emissaries revealed worried expressions as the strange creatures conversed. At this time, Chu Feng stared at the three objects with great waves rising and falling in his heart. As early as when he was in the Little Een realm, he had already heard some legends. Celestial Emperor Calendar, 9,876,388. An old ultimate expert murmured as he stared at the sky. However, his pupils were also contracting as he recalled some rumors and felt great fear in his heart. Chapter 1500. The three artifacts filled the sky. Their origins were unknown, and there was no way to investigate their roots. However, they had once supported a celestial emperor. This was terrifying. Of course, those who truly understood the secrets knew that this was a fake celestial emperor. As for how strong he was, they had to consider it. However, this was enough to shock the world. The heavens were in chaos and clamoring. They had originally thought that the world was going to be destroyed. Now, a ray of light had appeared. Perhaps there was a chance. All races were shaken and hoped that the situation could be reversed. The celestial emperor calendar Zhou she spoke of really exists. Its source has appeared. Even Chu Feng was moved as he stared at the three artifacts in the sky. The first time he heard of the celestial emperor calendar, it was she who told him about it. At that time, she mentioned 9 million years ago, which shocked him greatly. 1. The sky rumbled. Then, countless gray substances evaporated, baptized and purified, disappearing from the whole. The three artifacts shone. Even though they were separated, they merged into one and rotated together. It was like the beginning of the world and the beginning of the universe. Everything returned to the source. There, the three artifacts moved together. Holy light shone brilliantly and auspiciously. The hole in the sky dome was about to be completely plugged up, sealing the cracks and purifying the inauspicious substances. This scene landed in all parts of the heavens. The creatures of all races were petrified. The three artifacts were heaven-defying. They could actually dissolve the great calamity and resist the heavenly changes. The myriad tribulations mirror, reincarnation lamp, and primal chaos mace all trembled as if they were one. They represented a certain supreme law and deduced the origin of life and death. Boom! It wasn't just the Yang realm. The three artifacts appeared in the heavens in myriad realms to plug up the hole and purify the inauspicious. The Tao begets one, one begets two, and three begets all things. The three artifacts are the carriers of the Tao. They can derive all things and return to one to reconstruct the source. That's why even the strange can be erased. It wasn't that there weren't people with great foresight in this world. Now, there were old scholars who saw through part of the three artifacts' essence. They were definitely the carriers of the Tao. Some of the most ancient and powerful evolvers saw through something. They were all survivors from the last great era, and their eyes lit up. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, whether there would be a great terror that would make all creatures despair in the future, it was undeniable that the three artifacts were the embodiment of the Tao. And this Tao surpassed the limits of the heavens. It transcended the world and was supreme. This was definitely the embodiment of the Tao of a transcendent being. With the passage of time, the huge hole in the sky was about to be plugged up. The cracks were healing. The three artifacts could give birth to all things, but they could also return to one and trace back to the source. Who are you? Behind the big hole, the indistinct sacrificial ground was actually no longer silent. Instead, a hoarse voice was transmitted. It sounded like it was coming from a great distance, reverberating like an echo. One could even more so see that behind the indistinct sacrificial ground, there was a humanoid creature that was extremely indistinct. It stopped in an even more distant place, its eyes cold. The officiant. He really did appear, but he was too far away, boundless, transcending beyond this world, not belonging to the heavens. He was some type of inconceivable life form. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't cast a spell, so he couldn't behead the enemy with a single thought. In fact, the hazy figure that people saw was nothing more than a manifestation, a reflection and condensation of some kind of runes. It was hard to say whether or not he really looked like this. However, he really was too terrifying. He disregarded space, ignored the obstruction of the river of time, turning a strand of his emotions into ripples, illuminating the great whole beyond the heavens. Regardless of whether it was his voice or his emotions, they were all transmitting his will. He carried killing intent, endless ancestral matter particles surging where he truly stood. Not long ago, the sacrificial ground was penetrated by someone, making him realize that there were variables. For the sake of ensuring the smooth progress of this great ceremony, he wanted to preside over it in advance. Yet now, something unexpected actually happened. Cryptic symbols rippled outwards, immediately making the heavens rumble, tremble continuously. It was as if the three artifacts were responding to something, communicating with the officiant. Stopping my great ceremony is the same as cutting off my clan's future, severing the highest Tao foundation. No matter who you are, you will not be forgiven. Beyond the heavens, in an unpredictable land, the officiant also released an ancient consciousness. His voice was the Tao, the embodiment of the highest natural laws, a single thought able to make a civilization rise and fall. However, the three artifacts were extremely persistent, still plugging up the hole, moreover releasing ripples. In the end, they formed a beam of light, illuminating the world beyond, as if they were transmitting some type of information. 1. The heavens split apart, resonating with the light released by the three artifacts. One could see that outside the cracked heavens, there was an expanse of primal chaos. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light that could make even unmatched experts feel fear interweaved, sweeping over, turning into a destructive emperor tribulation. There were people fighting, consciously resisting. In the heavens beyond, there were creatures that clashed. The officiant has taken action. Is he attacking the creature behind the three artifacts? In this world, the evolved beings of all lands were trembling. The battle between creatures of that level was too terrifying, a single thought able to wipe out all clans. Fortunately, it wasn't within the realms. Why bother? Someone as powerful as you. Do you need a great ceremony? Even if the entire heavens were given to you, it still wouldn't allow you to reach a higher level. There was a voice that sounded extremely indistinct and also extremely distant. That was a type of indescribable consciousness radiance, as if a great wave was beating against the heavens beyond, expanding. Its voice, its intent, passed through the light and ripples, indistinctly transmitted down, allowing many evolved beings to sense it. Then why have you come? The officiant spoke. When he spoke, all types of terrifying scenes took place in the heavens beyond. If there was someone here, they would definitely be horrified, even those at the peak of the world shivering in fear. The so-called unmatched heavens even had to crawl down here, kowtow. What were those irregular scenes? Immortal kings were soaked in blood, their heads severed as they knelt on the ground. A realm ignited, becoming a candle flame in front of some creature's body. All types of strange scenes couldn't be described with words, couldn't be examined in detail. Otherwise, the experts of all sides in the heavens would fall into despair, unable to see any light of dawn in the future. Many thanks. I've already found the path of return. I don't want to, and you can't stop me from returning. It is as if it was just yesterday, the emperor's corpse still not cold, leaving home a young age, returning today. A sudden voice sounded, ripples surging in the world beyond the great hole. Another mysterious creature appeared, wishing to return to the heavens. Everyone wasn't shocked, but rather horrified. What was the reason for this type of supreme number, transcending great eras, a creature that could stand outside the great sea of time, wishing to return? At the same time, everyone was greatly shaken. From past until now, just how many of these types of creatures were there? Forget about the others. There were three who spoke now. Boom! The sacrificial ground shone as if it was obliterating something. In a flash, the world beyond the heavens dimmed, and a dense gray mist covered everything. Only a few people realized what the main ritual master was doing. The creature that had spoken, the one who mentioned the Emperor's bone, was actually determining its position, similar to the bats in the mortal world emitting ultrasonic waves to explore the path ahead. Meanwhile, the main ritual master had directly severed its thoughts. The three artifacts were also no longer rotating, but instead emitting an indescribable aura, imprisoning the laws and everything beyond the heavens. What they were doing was similar to the main ritual master, cutting off everything in silence, not providing coordinates for the creature that came later, and even misleading it. In the Yang realm, the martial madman was horrified. He was stroking the pile of fragments in front of him. Just now, he had already reassembled them into a jar, but now he took the initiative to throw them out, scattering them all over the ground. Beyond the heavens, the boundless sea of worlds rose and fell, waves surging. Every drop of water in the waves was a dead world, a declining universe. This sea isolated the heavens, separating the heavens from the indescribable heaven and earth above. Beyond the sea of worlds, in the heaven and earth above, it was a stretch of barren land. There were even great rivers surging and indescribable oceans tumbling. It was as if they were separated by countless epochs. In this barren land, an oasis had been cut out. Was that high heavens? It was uncertain, but it seemed to be only a corner of the land. If Chu Feng were to transcend, he would naturally see that the corner of the land seemed familiar. It was the so-called Area 51 that he encountered in the Supreme Forbidden Zone. Compared to the vast barren land, that place was too insignificant, like a speck of dust. Compared to the true high heavens, it was insignificant. Here, a small jet-black boat traversed the boundless ocean of high heavens. It was very dangerous. There were divine chains of order locking the ocean, stirring up ripples that silently severed the void. It could be seen that this ocean was very strange. It was actually composed of a mixture of blood and the remains of one creature after another. The inside of every creature here was as vast and boundless as a universe. It was to the extent where they were even larger. There were endless star remains swirling within their bodies, as well as dim starlight flickering about. This sea was beyond the heavens, above the world sea. It was a sea that belonged to the outer realms, a sea that belonged to the high heavens. High heavens? Where exactly was high heavens? Was it the world that Area 51 was in? It clearly wasn't. At the limits of the entire barren land, there was even more life force. That was the land of high heavens. Near high heavens was the outer realm sea, the sea of high heavens. The small black boat was also just trying to cross. On the boat stood a blurry figure. It was precisely the creature that spoke, the one who mentioned the Emperor bone. He wanted to return. I have already remained silent for too long. Now, because of the thought I am born, I have revived, will return, no one could stop me. He was appearing, speaking. His voice and form were both extremely indistinct, not all that clear. It was because he appeared in countless regions, expanding into the vast, great heaven and earth. The natural laws there, the Tao marks there, were unimaginable. Even the surging ancestral matter was suppressed. Only his true body able to remain in this world for an eternity. At this time, the black boat, as well as this person's indistinct figure, illuminated all places, unexpectedly also appearing outside the great hole in the heavens. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Was this creature really going to return? A humanoid creature, a similar figure, extremely indistinct. However, he might not really be a human, to the extent where he might not even be the ancestor of a known race. After all, it was unknown how many great eras it had left, its origins unknown what kind of consequences it would bring. Perhaps it was a dawn, or perhaps it was an even more terrifying source of terror. Now, evolvers from all different paths, many old monsters all realized that there were secrets in the heavens, problems. Otherwise, why would these three creatures all want to return? Regardless of whether it was the past or the present, there were clearly situations that no one knew about. In the past, there was a strange source, a sacrificial land appearing, a great sacrifice happening every great era. This type of regularity really wasn't normal. It was precisely like what the creature behind the 3 artifacts said. When one reached that level of power, why would they need these things? However, the creature behind the 3 artifacts also came, indirectly proving that regardless of whether it was the past or the present, there were great problems in the heavens. Now, another creature came, one that definitely had ulterior motives. The black boat is also just crossing. I know what kind of level this word, level emperor bone creature is. In outer space, within the copper coffin, the dog emperor spoke, his expression incredibly grave. Even he was scared, full of worry towards the future. Changes that had never been seen since ancient times had appeared. This world was becoming more and more complex. The future was worrying. Perhaps, in the near future, the situation would leave him in despair. New Year's Eve. I wish everyone happiness, your family's happiness. The most important is good health, wishing that everything goes according to your wishes in the new year. Was it short? If it was, then go write a short chapter. Chapter 1501. In outer space, the darkness was boundless. Only the copper coffin was sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shaking intensely, its entire body almost transparent. What level of creature? The decayed corpse asked. It should be the celestial emperor, the dog emperor said in a low voice. Then, the coffin was filled with an indescribable pressure, and there was complete silence. That level was too terrifying, leaving one in despair. This was especially the case for creatures that had transcended for so many years. Only heaven knew how deep their Tao skills were, what kind of methods they had. That was the highest level that could not be surpassed. Normally speaking, when one person appeared, the previous one would most likely dissipate and be replaced by a new emperor. Only then would the new emperor be able to stabilize the situation. Of course, this was only limited to normal situations. If one accepted an even vaster heaven and earth, or if one's body was powerful enough and firm enough, they could also break through normal reasoning and forcefully sublimate themselves, stabilizing themselves, and becoming eternally imperishable. At the very least, that was the case in the heavens. It was rumored that even in the world beyond, this level was difficult to break through. It was terrifying beyond compare, and with a single thought, even if one died, there was a chance of revival. Being able to kill a creature of this level was the most terrifying thing. The scariest thing was that the dog emperor speculated that this creature might even be half a level stronger than an immortal emperor. If that was the case, it would truly be invincible. Celestial the Archcanai? The bald man said in a low voice, feeling a bit worried. This was the first time he had felt so stifled. He was a bit worried and fearful of the future. He was not afraid for himself. He was worried about his master, the owner of the bronze coffin. If they were destined to battle one day, would the Celestial Emperor be able to defeat a being of this level? It doesn't matter. He has broken through. I feel that he is now an immortal emperor. The dog emperor said solemnly. He gradually gained confidence and confidence. Most importantly, once he reaches that realm, he will be invincible among his peers. The dog emperor was firm in his belief and added. The bald man also nodded and said, "That's right. If my master becomes an immortal emperor, then he will naturally suppress all enemies in this world." This was a kind of conviction, almost turning into faith. It was an absolute belief in that man. As long as he broke through, he would naturally be invincible in the same domain. Heavenly Emperor, everything is fine. He definitely transformed, evolving to the highest level, still unmatched in this world. The bald male said loudly. Celestial Emperor was not a title based on one's cultivation and realm, but a recognition given to those who had made great contributions. It was the highest honor given by the world. Immortal emperors, then they were even more terrifying beyond compare. These were the supreme existences in terms of cultivation and evolution. From what was known, There were no others who could compare. "Where is the Empress?" the decayed corpse asked. It was because in his heart, this woman had stunned the past and present, illuminating the ages. Her style was unmatched, her talent oppressing the past and present, truly matchless. Sometimes, he even thought that the woman might be slightly stronger than the Celestial Emperor. However, the two of them were no match for each other, so they had never fought each other. In short, there was no one who didn't accept the stunning female empress. She was crossing that single-log bridge. How was she doing now? I believe that she is definitely an immortal emperor. If she can't even reach that level, then that level is destined to come to an end, never to be opened again, not left behind for later generations. The dog emperor was very serious and cautious. Its bell-like eyes darted around, and it actually seemed a bit afraid, as if it was afraid that someone would hear it. In fact, this was indeed the case. From the past until now, it only respected one person, and that was the white-robed empress. This was deeply rooted in its bones. It dared to act impudently towards anyone, including the Sky Emperor. It was because it had chased him all the way here. Back then, there was no one in this world that it didn't dare to bite, and there was no creature that it didn't dare to bite. However, it truly didn't dare to be disrespectful towards that female empress. It had always been obedient, only remaining quiet. I have a way to test her situation. At that level, it isn't as if one can be at peace just by not thinking about it. Once all types of thoughts surface in one's mind, something will happen. In a bit, we will crazily think about her and see what will happen. The dog emperor suggested. The copper coffin immediately became silent. Neither the decayed corpse nor the bald man dared to say anything. Only after a long time had passed did the person in the copper coffin speak. There will be a day when they will return. At this time, on the first mountain, Nindawi was also speaking. He softly said to himself, "Unprecedented changes have occurred since time immemorial. Even more than one creature of the highest level has arrived. The heavens have truly changed. Something major is going to happen, and the future might leave one in despair." He sighed. Then he thought of that person and said, "They will definitely reappear. There will be a day when they will return." It was because when that person left back then, she already achieved the immortal emperor realm, truly unmatched from past until present. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that not long after her Tao fruit formed, she had already killed an immortal emperor at the same level. This was the only record from past until present. She had personally killed an immortal emperor-level creature. This was also the reason why the ancient underworld, the Soul River, the Burial Pit, and other places all had to avoid her. If one were to ask the heavens, who in the early stages of the Tao immortal realm could have such a battle record? No one could compare to her back then. Outside the great hole in the sky, the black boat and the indistinct humanoid creature gradually dimmed and disappeared. This time, his position had failed. He had been obstructed and deceived by someone. However, he released a faint laugh, as if he had also obtained something. Judging from his attitude, he was quite confident that he would return in the near future. In the end, he and the black boat both disappeared. In the sky, outside the great hole, the gray mist was thick. Moreover, there was a hazy bloody light that gradually became dark red. No one knew what was going on. Who cares about you guys? I'll do what I want. I'll live as long as I can. It's time for me to go on my way. Chu Feng got up. After beating up the gray creature again, he stuffed it into the jar. Then he picked up Jun Tuo and had long since beaten it back into its original form. At this time, Jun Tuo's entire body was silvery white. It was a foot long and surging with essence energy. The life energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Tortoises, this type of creature, was a great natural supplement, let alone a former ancient saint, a current divine level spirit tortoise. Even an ordinary mountain tortoise that had lived for so many years was extraordinary. That was why Chu Feng picked it up. It wasn't to eat it himself, but rather to treat it as a token of his sincerity, a great gift. Right now, he was like carrying an old hen or an old duck. He casually grabbed Jun Toa and crossed over, hurrying towards the three battlefields. He wanted to see Emperor Yushang and save him. At the same time, this Jun Ta ancient tortoise was an extra supplement he had prepared. He was leaving it for the old man to cook a pot of soup and nourish him. The three battlefields had now become two battlefields. The southern Zhan province had already been defeated and no longer existed. Chu Feng was like a specter, silently hurrying over. He was looking for Yushang. He was a bit worried, truly fearing that the old man wouldn't be able to hold on until this time. Then he became anxious. After secretly investigating, he already knew that old Emperor Yushang left half a month ago. No one knew where he went, his whereabouts unknown. Moreover, according to what those in the know revealed, when the old man left, he was already extremely weak and declining, almost reaching the point where he was completely exhausted. That was why he declined all requests to stay and left alone. Some people speculated that he knew he didn't have long to live, so he wanted to find a grave for himself and bury himself. When he heard up to here, Chu Feng felt extremely uncomfortable. This was but a descendant of a celestial emperor, yet he actually fell to this state. In the end, there wasn't even someone to send him off, his descendants all killed. In the end, he left alone to find a grave for himself. Divine light erupted. Chu Feng disappeared from his original location, quickly leaving. Where could he go? Chu Feng was fretful. He thought carefully, and then he marked out a few regions. The first was Emperor Yushang family's ancestral land, and the second was the graves he established for his descendants. Of his descendants, there were some who left behind corpses, while there were some who were killed, only leaving behind a cenotaph. In the end, Chu Feng decided on his first destination, which was that secluded graveyard. The old man had previously passed his family's imperishable Tao patterns, as well as the imprint that contained Celestial Emperor's secrets to him, so he naturally told him many things. There was nothing he didn't talk about. Chu Feng knew where the graveyard was. He felt that in his final moments, the old man didn't have much life left. He most likely missed his own children and grandchildren the most. Those heaven-warping heroes would accompany them. It was a secluded land with verdant hills and clear waters. Large amounts of purple bamboo swayed in the wind, releasing fine, rustling sounds. Chu Feng arrived. He immediately saw a few graves in the depths of the bamboo forest. They'd been cleaned by someone, weeded and cleaned. And next to the old graves, there was a new one. This gave Chu Feng a headache. After seeing the inscription on the tombstone, he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Emperor Yushang had died. He was Yao Yao's relative. Such an amiable old man had passed away, just like that. He found it hard to accept. The old man had protected him many times, yet he hadn't repaid his kindness. He even wanted to give him a peaceful old age. He even wanted to find a relative for him. Yao Yao. Chu Feng was in a daze. Yushang's name was carved on the tombstone. The old man had really passed away. As expected, life wasn't perfect. There would always be so many disappointing, helpless, and regretful places. Now, Chu Feng felt sad and powerless. In the end, he was one step too late. "Senior, I'm late." He really wanted to punch himself, but in the end, he was too late. Although many things had happened, it had only been a day or two since he had picked the soul medicine. He could only feel regretful and depressed. Suddenly, a divine radiance shot out from Chu Feng's eyes. His spiritual perception was extremely sharp and powerful. With a sweep of his soul light and the fiery eyes, he instantly saw through everything under the grave. "Senior." Chu Feng was excited and happy. The gloominess in his heart were swept away. The old man was withered, but it seemed that he still had a wisp of vitality. He hadn't died completely, but he was sorrowful. He had been alone all his life and had buried himself early. Perhaps his heart was already half dead. He had suffered too much in this life. He had experienced a few heart-wrenching separations of life and death. His relatives had all died tragically. He had wasted half his life, but he was powerless to take revenge. Now, he was lying quietly in the grave, waiting for death to come. Senior, I've come to save you. You must believe that I can find Yao Yao. One day, she'll reunite with you. Believe me, shouted Chu Feng. Then, he arrived at the depths of the purple bamboo forest in one step. It's the new year, and there will be many people wishing everyone well. I won't say much. I sincerely wish everyone good health and happiness. Chapter 1502. In the mountainous region, there was a new grave and several old ones. In the surroundings, the bamboo forest swayed with the wind. The slender leaves rustled as they collided with each other. The new grave, the old soil, and the setting sun created a desolate scene. Chu Feng quickly dug up the new grave. There was no coffin underneath, only a withered old man. Yu Shang came from an astonishing background and should have had an illustrious position. But now, he didn't even prepare a coffin for himself. He was lying in the yellow soil. He didn't have any vitality and was like a corpse. His face was waxy yellow as he laid there motionlessly. Chu Feng carried him out. He didn't feel good at all. This race had the celestial emperor's blood flowing in their veins. But in the end, they had fallen to such a miserable state. Yu Shang had lived a lonely life. His 3 outstanding sons and daughters were all killed by the Yuan clan. He didn't have the power to take revenge and wasted his entire life. The pain in his heart was unimaginable. He didn't want to stay in this world for a long time. His body hadn't died yet, but he was already buried in the yellow soil. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Chu Feng gently called out to him, wanting to wake him up. He was really too weak. He was no different from a dead man. His whole body was cold and carried the smell of the soil and rotten leaves around him. After a long time, Yu Shang weakly opened his eyes. His eyes were turbid and lifeless. His lips were cracked. He opened and closed, but no sound came out. Senior, everything will be fine. You can't be so dispirited. You have to pull yourself together, said Chu Feng. While talking, he quickly took out a soul grass from the jade box on his body. He plucked off a small part of the leaf. Immediately, soul matter seeped out with specks of divine granules. It was extremely dazzling. This was a good item. Once it was spread to the outside world, many people would covet it. Chu Feng put the sparkling leaf that was about to dissolve into Yu Shang's mouth and helped him refine it. A fresh vitality spread through his mouth. Immediately, many light granules appeared in Yu Shang's body in the blink of an eye. They fused with his withered spirit and made it radiant. Yu Shang was like a living corpse these days, even his spirit about to scatter. His final source of soul light was extremely dim. Now that he received nourishment, it was as if firewood was added to an extinguished flame. It quickly burned again, flickering with radiance. At the same time, Chu Feng received the energy particles from heaven and earth and poured them into Yu Shang's body to nourish his body. His condition was too terrible, his spirit was dried up, and his body was on the verge of death. The medicinal effect of the soul grass was astonishing. After more than half of it was consumed, Yu Shang became a little more clear-headed. He was a little perplexed and puzzled as he looked at Chu Feng in trance. Why are you here? He was still in a daze. Wasn't he dead? How could he see Chao Da? Or rather, Chu Feng. In the 3-way battlefield, he had given the imprints left behind by the Celestial Emperor's clan to Chu Feng. Naturally, Chu Feng couldn't conceal anything and told him everything. Senior, how can you lose your will to fight? You haven't even seen your descendant Yao Yao. You haven't seen the destruction of the Yuan race, yet you've already buried yourself. This isn't right. Chu Feng was very serious. If a person lost their spirit, even if they came back to life, they would be no different from a walking corpse. What future would they have? After hearing about the Yuan race, Yu Shang's purple and withered lips trembled. He opened and closed several times before finally letting out a low roar. He was filled with hatred, but he was also powerless. He had been oppressed his entire life and lived in pain, but he was powerless to take revenge for his 3 children. I could take revenge for you. Just wait and see. Chu Feng spoke passionately and tyrannically. This kind of confidence wasn't just empty words. It was incomparably contagious. His entire body blossomed with resplendent light as the dual eternal King Tao fruits appeared without a doubt. "You're a celestial sovereign?" Yushang was astonished. "No, but I'm even better than that. I've killed quite a few celestial sovereigns," Chu Feng said. He knew that Yushang had buried himself underground to wait for his death. He was cut off from the outside world and had no idea what had happened recently. When he found out that Chu Feng had the dual Eternal King Tao fruits, Yushang was quite shocked. Then, his eyes lit up with a fiery light as he saw hope. A youth who had cultivated for such a short period of time had achieved such great accomplishments. This was unheard of since ancient times. At least in this era, it wasn't a special case, but it was still rare. If this youth was given more time to reach the realm of the Almighty and step into the great universe realm, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting the Yuan race for his revenge. Then Yushang's eyes dimmed. How much longer could he live? Although the great medicine he had taken was astonishing, it could only prolong his life by a few years at most. "Senior, don't worry. I've already said that I can save you. If the underworld wants to take you away, they'll have to ask for my permission first." Chu Feng was very confident. He had Yushang eat a stalk of soul grass to nourish his spirit. Immediately, his body throbbed like a ball of fire and gradually became brighter. As for how to become immortal, the biggest problem that troubled evolvers was the spirit. A person's corporeal body could be tempered through all kinds of methods. For example, some immortal particles in the world, as well as various kinds of energy substances, could make it evergreen. However, the spirit was different. When a person was too old, his spirit would be exhausted and his soul matter would thin. Then his body would truly be on the path of decline. Once the spirit and soul light weakened, the evolver's corporeal body would also gradually go downhill. Gradually, it would wither, and his blood energy would become less and less. In this world, it was very difficult to find a large amount of soul matter that could be used effectively. Only by slaughtering millions or even tens of millions of living beings could one obtain a large amount of soul matter particles. However, ordinary evolvers couldn't do it. Moreover, there were various orthodoxies in this world who would not sit idly by and watch people wreak havoc. Therefore, since ancient times, any sect that could cultivate soul medicine in a place like the Soul Light Cave was incomparably transcendent and above the myriad races. This time, Chu Feng had confiscated the Soul Light Cave. Naturally, he could solve Yushang's problem. Of course, this was only temporary. If soul medicine could save one's life, then there would be a group of people in this world who would be immortal and live forever. Different soul medicines could only extend one's lifespan for a corresponding period of time. They couldn't solve the fundamental problem. Only when one entered the cosmic realm and finally solved this indescribable problem would one be able to obtain an incomparably long lifespan. Yushang's eyes stared blankly. What did he just hear? Even the Soul Light Cave's lair had been raided by the youth in front of him? This was simply like a myth. What on earth had happened in the outside world during the days when he had buried himself? Yushang's spirit was much better after consuming the soul grass. He had already sat up on his own. Soul grass is nothing. I still have soul flowers here. Senior, take your time to refine them. There's no need to rush. This time, I'll guarantee that your lifespan will be sufficient. When you have time to ascend to the Almighty Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase along with your strength. Chu Feng was very confident. He knew that this old man had a knot in his heart. On top of that, the Yuan tribe had attacked him several times and wounded him severely, causing a big problem in his body. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to the Almighty Realm with his foundation. This time, Chu Feng had brought soul medicines. Moreover, he had gone to the Soul River and extorted life-prolonging medicines from the Dog Emperor. Even if he had a big problem, he would have already ascended to the Almighty Realm. So, Senior, don't worry. Just take care of him. Chu Feng smiled. Then, he took out a jade box. After opening it, a dense golden light surged out like the morning glow. Inside was a flower as big as a bowl. Soul flower, an even more astonishing soul medicine. Yushang was moved. Under Chu Feng's request, he picked up a golden petal and sprinkled a dazzling rain of light. He put it in his mouth. Immediately, his whole body emitted multicolored light as a large amount of soul matter surged up violently. This was definitely strengthening his soul. Chu Feng hurried to help. After all, the old man was still a little weak and had been on the verge of death. After absorbing a petal that was as resplendent as the sun, Yu Shang's essence, energy, and spirit were full. He was sure that if he ate the entire flower, he would possess vigorous soul power. At the side, the old silver tortoise Jun Tuo stared blankly and wanted to swallow his saliva. To be able to pick such a heaven-defying great medicine, this human trafficker must have done something that angered the heavens and the people to swindle such a divine medicine. Senior, you see, I came in a hurry and didn't have time to bring any other gifts. I only bought this spirit turtle to nourish you, Chu Feng said with a smile. Ancient Saint Jun Tuo's vision immediately darkened and his scalp went numb. Was he going to make soup for someone to drink? He just knew that this demon wouldn't kill him and would carry him on his journey. Nothing good would come out of it now. Yu Shang was flabbergasted and glanced at Junta. As a result, the old tortoise was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He thought that Yu Shang was really going to eat him. After all, this master had just been dug out from a grave and was in a weak state. He indeed needed great nourishment. Have mercy on your mouth. I shouldn't have died. I'm wronged. Jun Tuo wailed. Yu Shang wanted to say that he had just come back to life and didn't have any appetite. He didn't want to eat the mountain tortoise at all. Shut up. Chu Feng opened his mouth and glared at Junta. The old tortoise immediately shut up and didn't dare to be forceful. Silver light flowed all over its body, and it was indeed full of spirituality, but now it was very disappointing to go easy on Yu Shang. That's right, this old tortoise was shameless. It was completely frightened to the point of peeing its pants. Damn you. Chu Feng's face immediately darkened. He wanted to punch the old tortoise to death. There was no need to think too much. This old tortoise was doing this on purpose. It was deliberately provoking people to dislike it and not eat it. No matter what, you were still an ancient saint of the generation back then. You were once illustrious and looked down on earth, but now, you're scared to the point of peeing your pants? Who are you trying to fool? Evidently, Jun Tuo had completely thrown away his old face in order to survive. He was flushed red with anger. You want to talk, Yu Shang said. Speak, Chu Feng said. Back then, I killed one saint from Earth, not two. I was bragging about the other one, and I killed that one because he killed my younger brother. In the past, not everyone on Earth was good. It was once glorious, and there were also people who bullied evolvers from the outer realms. I'm just seeing that Chu Feng's face darkened again. The ancient Saint Jun Tuo hurriedly pointed to the heavens and swore. He even made all kinds of deadly oaths, such as being struck by lightning and being captured by the underworld in the middle of the night. Stay on the side for now and clean yourself up, said Chu Feng. Jun Tuo's face turned green again after hearing these words. Letting the tortoise clean itself? Was he going to make it go into the pot by itself in a while? Chu Feng didn't want to pay attention to it. This tortoise was too disgusting. He began to help Yu Shang refine the second petal, allowing his essence, qi, and spirit to surpass what they were in the past. Even the level of his life had increased by a portion. Senior, I'm looking forward to becoming an almighty being. Chu Feng smiled. I didn't expect that I could still have this kind of day. Yu Shang sighed. His life could be said to be full of misfortune and misfortune. It was full of tribulations and frustrations. If it was an ordinary person, they would have gone crazy long ago and couldn't accept it. I once borrowed the wisp of qi left behind by the Celestial Emperor and relied on a kind of instinct to search. I wanted to find the Yao Yao you spoke of. I even wanted to enter the Lesser Yin realm. In the last moments of his life, Yu Shang once wanted to enter the Lesser Yin realm, but in the end, he discovered that some kind of bloodline and some kind of intuition were guiding him to Yin province. Only when he arrived there did he become disheartened and thoroughly despaired. According to legend, Yin province was connected to the greater Yin realm. It was a gateway. And there was a saying that the creatures of the Yang realm could only enter the greater Yin realm after they died. Was Yao Yao there? Therefore, Yushang's heart was gloomy, and he returned in disappointment. When he arrived here, the last strand of hope in his heart was gone. He buried himself ahead of time and accompanied his children. In the past, when they parted, a wisp of hazy emperor qi gradually dissipated within Yushang's body. He indeed had some kind of powerful intuition. In the end, he actually came to such a conclusion. Chu Feng's heart went cold, but very soon his eyes brightened and he said, "Perhaps this is where the hope lies." Yao Yao had originally fallen into the depths of the lesser Yin realm's abyss. Chu Feng was in despair because he always felt that it would be very difficult to see her appear alive again. Even if he went to rescue her one day, perhaps he would only see an ice-cold corpse. But now, perhaps there was a turning point. Could it be that Yao Yao had fallen into the abyss, was connected to the greater Yin realm? This wasn't impossible. Moreover, there seemed to be a certain connection. A long time ago, someone had speculated that the lesser Yin realm was a buffer zone between the greater Yin realm and the Yang realm. If Yao Yao ultimately entered the greater Yin realm from the abyss, this would make sense. Furthermore, Yao Yao's corporeal body had long since sunk into the abyss. She and Chu Feng knew each other, but she was only a wisp of soul light. She had lost her corporeal body in ancient times. She fought against Taiwu and overcame the strong. In the end, she fell into the abyss. If she didn't die, perhaps she could completely fuse with her corporeal body. Perhaps this woman would radiate a new life and truly display her peerless elegance as the number one under the starry skies. Senior, don't worry. Entering the greater Yin realm doesn't mean that one must commit suicide to become a soul. It's just that ordinary people aren't suited for the environment there. But Yao Yao and I both come from the lesser Yin realm, so we should be able to adapt to the greater Yin realm's cold and everything there. Chu Feng explained. At the same time, he really had some expectations in his heart. Among so many people he knew, if there was one with the strongest innate talent, it was none other than Yao Yao. Unfortunately, she was delayed and lost her corporeal body in ancient times. What was left behind wasn't considered soul light, but only a wisp of remnant obsession that was about to be extinguished. Now, the hope of her resurrection might really appear. Beside him, the lower half of the ancient sage, Jun Tuo's body, really felt a certain chill. He was so scared that he was about to pee. Who was this old man in front of him? Yao Yao's ancestor was simply going to scare the turtle to death. Senior, have mercy on your mouth. Don't eat me. This old turtle knows Yao Yao. If I have nothing to do, I can tell you about her past. She's really the number one since ancient times, and her innate talent is unparalleled. If she hadn't been delayed by something back then, there wouldn't be anyone else now. She's invincible under the heavens. At this point, he didn't forget to sneak a glance at Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately wanted to kick him. What did he mean? The old turtle hurriedly explained, "No, I'm saying that there's nothing to do with that group of old fellows. If Yao Yao enters the Yang realm and cultivates for a long time, she might be able to confront those ultimate old fellows now." In the end, he discovered that Chu Feng's face was becoming darker and darker. Chu Feng looked askance at him. He really wanted to say, "I've never dared to fight against those ultimate old fellows." "Do you mean you're looking down on me?" The ancient sage, Jun Tuo's face turned green as he said, "You two are tied for first place." Chu Feng didn't want to pay attention to him. Was this turtle doing this on purpose? From the bottom of his heart, he believed that Yao Yao was stronger than him. He kicked the old turtle away. Then, he forcibly took out an imprint from the depths of his forehead and suddenly poured it into Yushang's body. Yushang wanted to stop him, but he couldn't move. He was held down by Chu Feng and passively accepted the mysterious pattern imprint. That was the celestial emperor imprint he had once given to Chu Feng. Now, Chu Feng had returned it. Chu Feng did this to give the old man a sense of responsibility. He had to live, otherwise, the old man wouldn't have enough fighting spirit. Moreover, This originally belonged to the Celestial Emperor's descendant. He didn't want to possess it like this. Moreover, he really didn't need it. That was related to the hiding place of the Celestial Emperor's cauldron. There was a big secret, but he had the stone jar and the golden runes on it. It was enough. Even if there were thousands of scriptures in front of him, it would be useless if he couldn't cultivate them. Moreover, if he returned the Celestial Emperor's cauldron to Yu Shang in the future, he might be able to comprehend it. Yu Shang wanted to say something, but Chu Feng stopped him and said, "Senior, just keep it. If you really can't do it, you can give it to Yao Yao in the future." That's right, it's the same no matter who it is. Jun Tuo spoke in a timely manner. Chu Feng shot him a glance. This was the only time he didn't have a dark expression on his face when he praised him. The old turtle's tense body immediately relaxed a bit. He thought to himself, this damned human trafficker is going to scare me to death. Who would have thought that I, the ancient Saint Junta, would one day have to live under Demon King Chu's gaze? This old turtle wants to cry. The Celestial Emperor imprint was very special. It couldn't be surmised and was unique. After leaving Chu Feng, the records of the Celestial Emperor's cauldron and where it was hidden disappeared from his memory and entered Yu Shang's body. This thing could only be given voluntarily. Otherwise, it would explode and no one could plunder it. At the final juncture, when the imprint was about to completely disappear between Yu Shang's brows, a fluctuation came from the distance. Someone was rapidly approaching and running over. Chu Feng exerted his final strength and struck all of the imprint into Yu Shang's body. He stared into the distance as he opened and closed his eyes. The newcomers didn't come with good intentions. There was definitely someone standing guard in the distance and using a special treasure to monitor this place. The Yuan race. In a flash, Yu Shang's expression changed. The old man was normally very benevolent, but now he was clenching his teeth and his face was somewhat distorted. One could see just how intense his mood swings were. It was very terrifying. Energy filled the air as those people approached with extreme speed. Some people were high up in the air and coming over with an oppressive aura. Some people were running wildly on the ground, trampling the mountainous terrain as they strode from one mountaintop to another, causing them to explode and collapse. They came whistling over without the slightest scruple, carrying with them an energy that could engulf the entire world. They were like a mountain flood bursting through a dike, like a vast ocean beating the sky, and surging with killing intent as they arrived nearby. You're really courting death. You even dare to bully the Celestial Emperor's descendant, shouted Chu Feng. There was indeed a wave of anger within him, a raging flame burning within him. What kind of situation had the Yu Shang elders clan fallen to? One has to understand that they were the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. It was too miserable, and all of this was because of the Yuan race. Everything was because it was rumored that the Celestial Emperor had fallen, fading away with the passage of time. That was why there were people who dared to bully the Celestial Emperor's descendants. Celestial Emperor was the greatest title of respect for those who had made great contributions. Even if that supreme expert had truly died, his descendants still shouldn't be treated like this. Where was the heavenly justice? The Yuan race's actions were truly incomparably sinister, making one's hair stand up in anger. Did you all not receive the clan's orders and didn't pay attention to the outside world's matters? Did you not know that the Celestial Emperor was still alive? Shouted Chu Feng coldly. However, those people didn't pay him any attention. They pressed over, still carrying boundless killing intent. Chu Feng laughed coldly. He was still restraining himself, wanting to ask for some information, but in the end, this group of people's killing intent was even thicker than his own. They truly deserved death. After the new year, he would start to work harder. There was still one more chapter to finish. Chapter 1503. The other side was led by 4 Empyreans, and they were the leaders of a Yuan tribe's domain. Each of them had a few disciples behind them as they arrived, accompanied by wild gales and the sound of space being torn apart. Explosions rang out as they descended. Watch carefully. Today, we will create history. An indifferent celestial venerable said to the disciples behind him. Today, they would possess the celestial emperor's imprint. He was educating them on the spot. He had brought his disciples here to increase their knowledge and experience. He didn't put Yushang in his eyes at all. Jun Tuo immediately withered. How high was his realm? He lay motionless on the ground. He thought of the words he had said when he came out of seclusion. Pangu split the world. Jun Tuo suppressed the world. He felt his old face burning. Yushang's expression also changed. However, he was also a decisive person. He immediately hinted to Chu Feng to ignore him and fight without any misgivings. After waiting for so many years, I've finally found a chance. The imprint has just been removed and has been injected into your body. It hasn't stabilized yet. Perhaps we can use our clan's supreme treasure to take it out. A celestial venerable from the Yuan clan laughed. He had a head of black hair and looked middle-aged. His blood energy was flourishing, but his true age was clearly quite old. His eyes contained a sense of vicissitudes. This was an old man who had become an celestial venerable since ancient times. He spoke happily. After waiting for so many years, his wish was finally going to be fulfilled. What a pity. We were careless last time. We originally had a chance. Another celestial venerable with a head of gray hair said, as he stared at Chu Feng. He was naturally referring to the time when Yushang had quietly given the imprint to Chu Feng in the three-way battlefield. At that time, he had avoided their line of sight, a group of things worse than pigs and dogs. Has your conscience been eaten by wolves? Chu Feng said coldly. He really didn't have a good impression of these people. They were too disgusting. Who are you talking about? Behind the four celestial venerables, the dozen or so young disciples shouted. Their faces were cold and filled with murderous intent. Chu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He continued to look at the four celestial venerables and said, Celestial Emperor, your achievements are greater than the heavens. You saved tens of thousands of races, resisted the anomaly, fought at the Spirit River, and fought bloody battles in the underworld. How many people did you save? If it wasn't for them, would there still be tribes like yours? However, you bunch of dogs, what kind of bloody things did you all do? You don't have the slightest bit of humanity, don't have a human heart. Killing the Sky Emperor's descendant? Are you looking to die? Are you tired of living? Even if there were 100 clans like you, it still wouldn't be enough to kill. It wouldn't be enough to repay the debt. In this world, your entire clan will explode. All of you will be crushed. Your entire clan will not even have bones left. Towards the end, Chu Feng roared. He was truly enraged and filled with endless resentment. The Yuan tribe was too despicable, cold-blooded, and heartless. After learning of the death of the Sky Emperor, they actually dared to do such a thing in the end. He deserved to be punished. In fact, even killing them would not be enough to appease the anger of the world. Chu Feng's chest heaved up and down violently. In Chu Feng's view, he had fought alongside the Sky Emperor. Of course, this was what he thought after he became thick-skinned. At the Soul River, even though he had borrowed the power of the stone jar and the Sky Emperor had used the coffin lid to project his body, in Chu Feng's view, they had fought together on the Soul River battlefield. After being scolded by Chu Feng, the faces of the Yuan tribe members changed. For so many years, no one had dared to insult and provoke them like this. After all, their foundations were terrifying and their origins were boundless. Otherwise, why would they dare to touch the Sky Emperor's descendant? Because they had nothing to fear. Chowda, you're courting death, an Empyrean said coldly. What are you shouting for? Who am I? I'm an ultimate expert who once fought alongside the Sky Emperor. You dogs don't have the qualifications to ask your ancestor to come out and talk to me, shouted Chu Feng. Then, he really resented that black dog. How could that dog do things? How could it not even protect the Sky Emperor's descendant? However, after thinking about it, he sighed. It wasn't easy for the Dog Emperor and the others. They were about to die and had been hiding for so many years. They couldn't come out, so how could they know the current situation of the Sky Emperor's descendant? Moreover, If the Dog Emperor and the others came out and acted in a high-profile manner to search for the Sky Emperor's descendant, they would most likely be targeted. The consequences would be even more unpredictable, and the Yushang tribe had already concealed their names. They no longer had the surname of the Sky Emperor. "Attack! Don't let the Sky Emperor's mark stabilize," shouted an Empyrean. The reason why they had appeared so quickly was to obstruct the Yushang tribe. They didn't want to give the Yushang tribe time to stabilize the mark. That way, the Yuan tribe would have a chance. They had persecuted the Yushang tribe and forced their children to die. Their goal was to get the Sky Emperor's mark. Scram! Chu Feng punched out with all his strength. He didn't hold anything back. The Empyrean was sent flying through the air. Half of his body exploded, and a rain of blood filled the sky. This scene shocked everyone. "Who are you?" The Yuan tribe Empyrean couldn't believe it. Wasn't this young man Chowda? How could he be so powerful? He could blow up an Empyrean with a single punch. What kind of joke was this? Was this a legend? Even though they had a precious mirror that could monitor this place from 1,000 miles away, they could only see a rough picture. They couldn't hear any specific sounds. That was why they didn't know that Chowda was Chu Feng. Join forces and kill him. Someone shouted. In reality, they were shocked, angry, and scared. They were truly a bit scared. This was a monster. He was just a youth, yet he could blast apart an Empyrean. Chu Feng was cold. He didn't give them a chance. A second fist smashed out, blasting apart the precious treasure that the heavily injured Empyrean took out. A bronze ancient spear directly disintegrated the incomparably sharp ancient Empyrean artifact, filling the sky with fragments. The disciple cried out miserably as the ancient spear fragments pierced through his body, dying miserably on the spot. Hong! Chu Feng's third fist smashed out. Tens of thousands of streaks of light illuminated the entire world. With a Hong sound, that injured ancient Empyrean was blasted apart, thoroughly dying. His body and spirit were destroyed, leaving behind only a bloody mist that was quickly burned away. This kind of scene shocked everyone. Blasting apart an Empyrean with 3 fists, this was like a legend. After all, this was just a youth. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't seem to have stepped into the Empyrean realm. Empyreans had a unique aura. When they revolved their energy, special symbols would appear regardless of whether it was their physical body or soul light. However, this youth didn't. Yushang was stunned. This youth was too fierce. It wasn't that he didn't know how outstanding Chu Feng was. He had already witnessed it in the 3-way battlefield, but now it completely exceeded his understanding. It had long since surpassed his expectations. 3 fists to finish off an ancient Empyrean? One had to know that this was an old fellow from the Yuan clan. He was definitely stronger than ordinary Empyreans and difficult to provoke. He was a true peak Empyrean in name and in reality. But what did they see? The Yuan clan's old leading figure in this realm was easily blasted apart. Ancient Saint Jun Tuo buried his head on the ground. This time, he was really scared to the point of peeing. He wasn't faking it, but was truly scared silly. He really wanted to roar out. Monster! This human trafficker had evolved into a monster. Did he still want others to live? How could they still compete? To think that he, Ancient Saint Jun Tuo, was once illustrious, but now he was actually stupefied. Could it be that he was really only fit to be a tonic in the future? The Yuan clan's group of people felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. They were all scared out of their wits. Not to mention the other young disciples. Even the remaining 3 Empyreans were terrified. This was too terrifying. They had taken action just now, but it was useless. Bright silvery radiance soared around Chu Feng's body. The human king domain appeared, invulnerable to all methods. Even the 3 Empyreans' attacks were ineffective. Chu Feng opened his fiery eyes and stared 1,000 miles away. He saw a very strong person holding a precious mirror and was currently monitoring this place. Chi, chi, chi. All kinds of patterns appeared on the ground. Just now, the instant Chu Feng took action, he had already used a domain. Now, he had wrapped everyone up and disappeared from their original location. However, he wasn't running away. Instead, he was rushing towards the person holding the precious mirror. Not long ago, he had moved an entire city away from the Black Capital, let alone a group of people now. No one could react in time. It was just too fast. He brought everyone over, appearing in front of that person, raising his fist and smashing it out. Boom! That person didn't retreat. With a protective mirror hanging above his head, he also raised his fist to attack. Dazzling runes erupted between the two, and a great explosion of energy erupted. This person didn't evade and dared to face it head-on. This was a display of his confidence. In truth, he had indeed blocked Chu Feng's fist. Although he staggered back, his body wasn't penetrated. This was truly terrifying in the Empyrean domain. Great Empyrean! Chu Feng was astonished. He had actually seen an evolver of this level. It was truly rare. When he swept through the Black Capital, he had unexpectedly learned that there was a great Empyrean among the assassins of the Black Qilin organization. He was known as the Great Dark Lion, and today he had actually encountered one from the Yuan clan. But then again, this was normal. The Yuan clan was extremely powerful and unfathomable. They even dared to ruthlessly attack the Celestial Emperor's descendant. Their family's resources were absolutely boundless. In truth, the people of the Yuan clan were even more shocked than Chu Feng. It could even be said that they were horrified. Such a young youth could clearly feel his vitality flourishing. How could he be so powerful? This didn't conform to the Tao laws. To those who use science and technology to walk the path of civilization, this was too illogical. Of course, the very existence of these people was illogical, but it couldn't stop them from thinking and believing this way. Very strong, eternal monarch, Tao, fruit. The Yuan clan's great Empyrean had a serious expression. He looked young, but that was only relatively speaking. His talents were higher than the other Empyreans, and he was indeed younger. In fact, he was already several thousand years old. Encountering a monster like Chu Feng, who had the eternal monarch Tao fruit at such a young age, he could only stare helplessly and think that there was no way to deal with him. For ordinary people, it was easy to evolve before the god level, but it would become increasingly difficult later on. Even if the strongest pollen was placed in front of them, they wouldn't dare to use it for fear of dying. How did the indescribable Great U level come about? Not only was it easy to have problems at the Great U level, but it also had a lot to do with the accumulation of pollen and strange fruits. Thus, many people paid special attention and didn't dare to rush forward recklessly. There was a period of accumulation and cooling down. At the same time, after reaching a certain level, each time they took the pollen fruits, it was also 9 out of 10 chances of survival. The elimination rate at each major step was above 99%. Thus, when they saw how young and powerful Chu Feng was, and how he also had 2 Eternal Monarch Tao fruits, they naturally thought of him as a monster. Boom! The runes on the ground flickered. Chu Feng brought everyone and disappeared once again. This time, they directly crossed several provinces and left that mountain range. That was because he had reason to believe that the Yuan clan's people monitoring Yushang were only the vanguard. The true old monsters of the Yang clan hadn't arrived yet. When it came to the Celestial Emperor's imprint, it wouldn't be strange if they sent out a supreme expert or even an extremely old expert. It was worth it to do so, and it was necessary to awaken the ancient ancestor. Thus, he brought the group and disappeared. Moreover, they disappeared several times this time. In the end, they were dozens of provinces away. The domain runes they left behind along the way burned themselves and destroyed all traces. Finally, they stopped on a barren prairie. Now, we can have a good talk, and we can also fight to our heart's content. Chu Feng said coldly. Talk about what? Fight to the death. The members of the Yuan clan were all cold and apprehensive. They stood side by side and were on guard. In fact, if it wasn't to stop Empyrean Yushang from consolidating the imprint, they wouldn't have appeared so early. They would have waited for the old monsters of their clan to arrive. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. In the end, when they stopped Yushang from consolidating the imprint, a terrifying variable appeared. Chao had defied the heavens. You killed an old Empyrean of my clan with 3 punches. You are Chufeng, the Grand Empyrean said. His eyes were like lightning as he instantly guessed the opponent's identity. That's right. Chufeng nodded and revealed his true appearance. When searching for Empyrean Yu Shang to the 3-way battlefield, he could only restore his appearance as Chowda. Back then, Chufeng had killed Tai Wu and swept through Black Capital. Then, he went to senior sister Tai Wu's Dao field and killed a famous Empyrean with 5 or 6 punches. Now, he had killed a Yuan clan expert with 3 punches, which made this Grand Empyrean think of him. However, he had clearly become stronger. You guys are really daring. Did the dogs eat your consciences? The Celestial Emperor protected the clans and kept the heavens safe. How much did he pay? The blood of his disciples is about to run out. You guys didn't ask for anything in return, but you shouldn't be so cold-blooded and heartless. You guys want to kill the Celestial Emperor's descendant and destroy his bloodline. Is this something a human should do? Chufeng rebuked with anger. Don't you think it's outdated to talk about the Celestial Emperor now? Look, the world has changed. It's dyed in blood. Who wants to control the heavens? Come and see. The Grand Empyrean said. He pointed at the sky where the 3 treasures were floating. Outside the big hole in the sky, the sacrificial ground was faintly discernible. Then, he said, I advise you to make plans early. Otherwise, your fate will be tragic. It would be good if you don't even have a corpse left. I'm afraid you'll be muddle-headed and become a corpse servant, a puppet of someone else. That's even more miserable. In a flash, Chufeng understood. The reason why the Yuan clan dared to act so domineeringly and kill the Celestial Emperor's descendant was because they had the confidence. They had defected long ago and weren't flustered. You guys really deserve to die, sighed Chufeng. This kind of people were the most shameful and hateful. It was obvious that to survive, they would even wash the world of the living with blood and destroy the heavens. This was a group of guides. It was even worse that he was the first to brandish his blade against the people of his own camp. At the same time, he thought that the Yuan clan had been unhurriedly pressuring Yushang for so many years. It wasn't as if they didn't want to lure out the dog emperor and the rotten corpse. After all, they had even more terrifying backers behind them. Fortunately, the Celestial Emperor's imprint was unique. As long as someone tried to seize it, it would explode on its own. The Celestial Emperor couldn't be deceived. Until today, they were anxious and desperate. That was why they dared to try and take advantage of the unstable imprint to use their clan's supreme treasure to seize it. How do you guys want to die? Asked Chufeng. He didn't want to say anything unnecessary. He only wanted to slaughter them all and, one day, bring Yao Yao with him to destroy the Yuan clan and take revenge for the Yushang clan. How he dies isn't up to you. Don't think that just because you have the eternal monarch Dao fruit, you're invincible. I'm a great heavenly venerable, not someone to be trifled with. I'll destroy you. Roared the Yuan clan's great heavenly venerable. At the same time, the other 3 great heavenly venerables were ready to attack together. They were going to help their clan's heaven's pride kill Chufeng. So, what if you're a great heavenly venerable? You'll still die. All right, I forgot to tell you that I, Chufeng, now have the Eternal Monarch Duo Dao fruit, said Chufeng coldly. What? The Eternal Monarch Duo Dao fruit had never been heard of before, but this couldn't stop a chill from running down one's spine. They could all understand what he meant. Damn it, this was too heaven-defying. They had never heard of such a terrifying Dao fruit. Not far away, Jun Ta, who was still lying on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He was thinking to himself, just how far apart was he from this human trafficker? He thought of the words he had said when he came out of isolation. He had cultivated for 3,000 years and stood at the peak of the divine Tao. He was truly too ashamed to show his face. You, the great heavenly venerable, sucked in a breath of cold air. He was truly dumbfounded and his pupils shrunk, but he had no other choice. He could only fight to the death. Boom! He took the initiative to attack. The precious mirror floating above his head was indeed a strange treasure. It emitted millions upon millions of strands of radiance. This was a secret treasure of the almighty level. It directly illuminated the enemy with a beam of light and attacked Chu Feng. Chu Feng snorted coldly. The diamond chakram on his wrist shone and smashed over. Crack! The mirror shattered into a dozen or so pieces that flew in all directions. It really isn't sturdy. I want to collect it. Chu Feng was regretful. The great heavenly venerable's body was trembling. He really wanted to say, "You vile spawn, you're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me. You destroyed my precious treasure. Die." Boom. The two of them collided in an intense battle. It had to be said that the great heavenly venerable was very strong, far surpassing the other heavenly venerables. He was strong enough to sweep through those so-called veteran powerhouses and sweep through all his opponents. However, this was all he could do. Blood dripped from a webbing between his thumb and forefinger each time their fists collided. His body was numb, and he simply couldn't endure that kind of tremendous power. This was a monster. This was his evaluation of Chu Feng. It was simply irresistible. He had cultivated for thousands of years and had long become a great heavenly venerable. If it wasn't for the time when he was settling and cooling down, he would have already stepped into the realm of almighty beings. A person like him could definitely be considered a heaven-blessed existence, but now he was evaluating Chu Feng as a monster. One could see how shocked he was. Monster. Blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He had been shaken by Chu Feng's monstrous power. His arm was about to explode from the terrifying fists, and he couldn't block it at all. A heaven-blessed existence like him could definitely become an almighty being and a top powerhouse at that. However, he hadn't left and was still accumulating his strength. He was doing this to become stronger in the future so that he wouldn't be indescribable one day. Now, he regretted it. What was the point of accumulating for so long? The monster before him had beaten him to the point where he couldn't see any hope of survival. He was going to die here today. "Martial nephew, hold on." The Empyrean exalt beside him roared. Although they weren't as tyrannical as the great heavenly venerables, their seniority was higher than his. Unfortunately, the three Empyrean exalts continued to punch, but they couldn't move Chu Feng. They were blocked by the human king domain around him and couldn't break through it. It was an impenetrable domain. At the very least, the human king domain was difficult for Empyrean exalts to shake. "Noisy!" Chu Feng coldly shouted as he charged at them. Boom! In the end, after just 4 punches, 2 of the 3 Empyreans exploded. Bloody mist filled the air, and in the end, not even their corpses remained. Their souls were destroyed. This made those disciples all shiver in fear. Even though they were hiding far away, they were still trembling in fear, shivering in fear. The great heavenly venerables are only SOSO. Accompanied by these cold words, Chu Feng's fists were like rainbows that illuminated the world. It was as if he had raised his fist to burn the great world and ignite the universe. It was too dazzling. Boom! This fist pierced through the great heavenly venerables and then disintegrated them. With a pop, the Yuan clan's great heavenly venerables couldn't last more than 100 moves before exploding, falling here. You dare to bully the Celestial Emperor? You dare to slaughter the descendants of the Celestial Emperor? You really are something. The destruction of your clan is already the best outcome for you. Just wait for that day to come. Your clan is destined to be incomparably miserable and miserable, Chu Feng coldly said. Then, he looked at the other members of the Yuan clan with a deep gaze. Yuan clan, the hunt begins with you. I think I've found a path. Your clan is very powerful and your background is unfathomable. You must have stored almighty level Earth, perhaps even great universe level Earth. It can help my seed germinate and grow, allowing me to rapidly rise. Chapter 1504. The prairie stretched as far as the eye could see. The weeds were as tall as half a person. It used to be desolate and quiet, but now it was filled with killing intent and a bone-chilling cold. Chu Feng stared at the remaining members of the Yuan clan. including an Empyrean and 8 youths. At this time, the veteran Empyrean was tense. He was like a demonic leopard in the primal chaos, ready to pounce at any time. In front of me, celestial venerable, don't even think about running away. Chu Feng said calmly. Tell me about the Yuan race's situation. With a loud roar, dozens of bolts of lightning as thick as mountains struck down from the sky above the prairie. The senior Yuan race, Celestial, was furious. He used his own body as a guide to draw the lightning from the void. He didn't hesitate to destroy his origin to draw lightning close to the almighty level in order to strike Chu Feng to death. Ridiculous. I, Chu Feng, have just crossed the strongest heavenly tribulation. You, an Empyrean, want to kill me? Chu Feng's expression was cold. He looked up at the sky and shouted, Get lost! His tongue was like thunder. A beam of light containing runes flew out from his mouth to meet the dozens of lightning bolts as thick as mountains. Boom! In the end, deafening thunder erupted in the sky. The void exploded, and the sky became blinding. The fierce light beams swept across the sky. Chu Feng shouted at the lightning to retreat, completely dispersing the thick and terrifying lightning. To be more precise, the light beam from his mouth had scattered the lightning because he had 2 eternal king Dao fruits. The intensity of his energy was shocking in this realm. Even though the veteran Empyrean was extremely powerful in this realm, he still couldn't step into the almighty level. How could he compare to Chu Feng, who had 2 eternal king Dao fruits? Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Chu Feng coldly attacked. The old man didn't say anything, and there was also a divine king of the Yuan clan here. Thus, he mercilessly attacked. The veteran Empyrean went all out and anxiously shouted, Chu Feng, demon, you are so insolent now. Sooner or later, you'll be punished. The times have changed. Those who understand the situation will live. Chu Feng didn't give him a chance. He punched out twice, and with a bang, he exploded. Dark red blood splattered on the grassland, a ghastly sight to behold. Then, Chu Feng stared at the remaining 8 disciples. The so-called young disciples were only relative. In fact, they were all much older than Chu Feng. Among them, some were over 2,000 years old and had reached the God King realm. After all, there weren't many monsters like Chu Feng in the world. He had to admit that the Yuan clan's people were really stubborn. Later on, when Chu Feng tried to explore the secrets in the depths of their soul light, he triggered a restriction and turned them all into ashes. Chu Feng didn't sympathize with them. He didn't have any sympathy for them. The Yuan tribe had joined the creatures from outer space. It wasn't a pity that they had to lead the way. The Yuan tribe is crazy, sighed Yushang. He knew about the Yuan tribe, so he could tell Chu Feng. He's not just crazy, he's insane. Chu Feng said. The Yuan tribe had joined the other side a long time ago and found a way out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so daring. Not long ago, the bronze coffin had fallen from outer space. The celestial emperor had appeared in the Soul River and fought in the Vile Land. Regardless of whether his real body was dead or not, he had shown up. Even the celestial emperor's shadow was enough to intimidate the world. However, the Yuan tribe still dared to kill his descendants. It was clear that they were fearless and had walked the dark path to the end. This time, Chu Feng didn't feel any pressure when he killed them. From his conversation with Yushang, he learned many secrets about the Yuan tribe. He also learned where their mountain gate was and some of their powerful characters. The Yuan tribe does have a great cosmos-level expert. Chu Feng frowned. Those monsters with different shapes and sizes were indeed terrifying and ominous. Even though he was used to seeing big scenes, he had to run away immediately when he saw a great cosmos monster. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. Perhaps there's also an old ultimate realm expert, said Yushang solemnly. There's another old ultimate realm expert. Chu Feng was shocked. The Yuan tribe was truly abnormal. One clan had 2 great experts. How shocking was this? That's right, these 2 experts are the foundation of the Yang realm, emphasized Yushang. There was another terrifying problem, and that was the Yuan tribe's background. The Yuan tribe had always said that their ancestors were glorious and heaven-defying. Perhaps their ancestral land outside the Yang realm was hiding some ancestors who hadn't died yet. Chu Feng felt a headache. The Yuan tribe was too powerful, but they were already enemies. They would have to face them sooner or later, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the premise was that there was still a tomorrow and a future in the Yang realm. If the world was strangely given time, then everything would be fine. Otherwise, everything would be over when the main sacrifice arrived. In any case, he still had to rely on the 3 weapons in the sky to stop the main sacrifice. He didn't know how the confrontation and negotiation between the 2 immortal emperors was going. Perhaps there would be a result soon. Why do I feel that the great cosmos realm and the ultimate realm are similar? Chu Feng asked. Even Juntao was lying on the grassland and listening attentively. It wanted to know as well. It wasn't that Chu Feng didn't care about it, but that not many people knew about it. That was because this realm was too profound. There weren't many people in the Yang realm who knew about it. Of course, the possibility was doubled if one included those in the dark. This realm was taboo for ordinary evolvers. It was unsolvable, and they wouldn't have the chance to approach it in their lifetime, let alone understand it. The world only knew that the great cosmos and the ultimate realm were often mentioned together, and this was from the mouths of the great clans. However, even the descendants of the great clans couldn't clearly explain the origins of the great cosmos and the ultimate realm. Chu Feng hadn't paid much attention because he was still too far away from this level. Only after meeting Yushang today and knowing that he might have to face such an entity in the future did he seriously ask about it. Yushang's expression was complicated. Many years had passed, and their race had completely declined. There had long been no more beings at this level. He sighed softly and said, "The great cosmos and the ultimate realm are actually creatures of the same level. At this realm, they can already fight against immortals and even kill them. The great cosmos and the ultimate realm are creatures of the same level?" Chu Feng was astonished. At the same time, he asked, "Where are those beings like immortals?" Immortals belong to another path of evolution. My ancestor once walked that path. We concealed our identities and came here, and had no choice but to change our path of evolution. As time passed, even our ancestors' magic was lost. Yushang sighed helplessly. At the same time, he told Chu Feng that in the past, there were many immortals in this world who walked that evolutionary path. However, they disappeared in the end and were replaced by the pollen path. You'll see immortals sooner or later. The immortals of that world are completely different from the past. They're called the fallen immortal race. Yushang shook his head. Then he explained about the great cosmos and the ultimate realm. The great cosmos and the ultimate realm are creatures of the same level. It's just that their paths are a bit different. The great cosmos was the result of ingesting the pollen and accepting the catalyst to evolve. Their bodies would mutate and undergo indescribably terrifying changes. It could be said that this was uncontrollable and a choice made out of helplessness. When one broke through from a great expert and entered a higher realm, the accumulated problems of the body would be completely released. They would be plagued by evil changes, and their bodies would become incomparably terrifying. This was the great cosmos. The ultimate realm was a state where one broke through from a great expert and entered a higher realm under a relatively mild environment. The body wouldn't undergo any evil changes. In short, there was no one who didn't want to walk the ultimate path. This was the more suitable and gentler path. The great cosmos path was too violent and could easily lead to death. Moreover, its appearance was too terrifying and difficult for others to accept. This was the result of the accumulated problems after ingesting the pollen and the mutant fruit. The great cosmos, if one could make it through, would eventually return to its original state. It would no longer be that terrifying and terrifying. Moreover, once one made it through, one's strength would also increase violently. It would be extremely terrifying. The ultimate realm wasn't completely safe and sound. There was no guarantee that everything would go smoothly. During this process, there was a chance of mutation and becoming a rotten or indescribable monster. It was just that, comparatively speaking, the bodies of ultimate realm creatures were still considered normal. They could be polished over time, and with enough willpower, they would be able to cut off most of the hidden dangers accumulated by the pollen and mutant fruit if they cultivated bitterly. They might even be completely erased. In the end, the great cosmos and the ultimate realm actually have to become one. At the end of these two paths, one will have to experience danger. If one wants to break through and transcend this great realm, regardless of whether it's the great cosmos or the ultimate realm, one must first become one and become a great cosmos creature. One realm, two diverging paths that ultimately become one. Actually, this great realm can be called the great cosmos. Chu Feng asked. Correct. Yu Shang nodded. The great cosmos could actually be considered a great realm because it was indeed abnormal and difficult to traverse. However, once one succeeded, one would become ridiculously strong. The great cosmos was divided into two paths. If one didn't take into account the mutation of the great cosmos body, their ugly appearance, and the risk of death, it would be difficult to say who was stronger and who was weaker. In fact, the great cosmos realm was even more violent. If one could endure it, one's advancement would be even more ferocious. Unfortunately, from ancient times until now, almost all life forms that were forced to embark on the path of the great cosmos had died after their breakthroughs triggered problems in their bodies. In that case, Li Su and the martial madman aren't necessarily stronger than the great cosmos. It's just that they walked steadily and didn't suffer from the accumulation of pollen when they first broke through. Are they considered lucky? Chu Feng rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Yu Shang shook his head and said, "It's not that they're lucky. That's because they've accumulated enough in the beginning and are confident that they won't break through to a higher realm. They've long prepared for the great cosmos path." Have you accumulated enough experience? Chu Feng was a little uncertain. Yes, absorbing pollen and eating strange fruits. This kind of evolution will lead to problems after a long time. Many people have to stop at some major realms. They need to sharpen themselves and accumulate for a long time before they can continue. You have to be careful. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's face immediately turned green. His rapid evolution shocked the Yuan race and made them feel that he was a monster. This was indeed shocking. According to this speed, problems should have arisen in the early stages. At his current level, there should have been strange changes, but he was still fine. However, Chu Feng wasn't sure. When he broke through to the great cosmos realm and entered the great cosmos realm, would it be the great cosmos path? He didn't need to choose. I'm so young, yet I'm already so unlucky. My body will grow red hair, black hair, and I'll have a few heads hanging from my belly button. My head will be full of warts. My body will be rotten and covered in scales. Even my head will be rotten, and I'll have all sorts of problems. Chu Feng's scalp was about to explode. He was still preparing to plunder the belongings of the lone Yuan race experts who had established their abodes in the outside world so that he could evolve faster. But now, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, and his hair stood on end. Don't be afraid. What evil transformation? What decay? What long hair? I'll suppress them all. Chu Feng was a little unconvinced. All right, Li Su and the martial madman can't just kill true immortals. They're also limited to the great cosmos path, right? Chu Feng clearly felt that the two were very strong. Yes. Chapter 1505. Those two beings are both very strong. I think they should have at least merged their forked paths and become true universal level beings, Yu Shang said, coming to this conclusion. Chu Feng nodded. Li Su was very strong and could easily kill cosmic level beings. He must have merged the two divergent paths into one and walked the cosmic path. At this level, it was terrifying and incomparably tyrannical. At the same time, Li Su had made a coffin and placed it in the buffer zone between the Great Yin and the Yang realm. He probably wanted to break through some kind of shackle. Perhaps he wanted to reverse the pollen path? At this time, Chu Feng was frowning. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that using pollen and fruits to evolve actually had such a huge hidden danger that it would erupt in the end. With enough accumulation, he could walk the ultimate path safely, but he didn't want to be an old ultimate. He didn't have the time to deal with the problems in his body. At the moment, he needed to advance by leaps and bounds. He wished he could travel 1,000 miles in a day and improve every second. He looked up at the sky and saw that the hole hadn't completely closed yet. The sacrificial ground was still there, facing off against the three weapons. Only heaven knew what would happen next. Perhaps something big would happen tomorrow or even tonight. The heavens would die and everyone would lose their future. Is the path of the immortals broken? Chu Feng asked. He was a bit tempted. What was the past path like? Was it worth trying? Yu Shang shook his head. No, the world has changed. I don't know what happened to that path, but there will be even more terrifying problems if we continue. The former immortals have become the fallen immortals. In reality, even if they could walk, Yu Shang had no way to do so. She had long since been lost, unless Chu Feng fought his way through the other path and went to the fallen immortal world. Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the great evil spirit that had rushed out of the heavenly waterfall. That woman must have come from the other path and belonged to the fallen immortal race. Then I'll walk this path to the end and evolve the pollen path to the end, Chu Feng said. He also asked Yu Shang about the situation of the Yuan race experts who had opened up their residences outside. He wanted to loot and gather enough mutant soil. He wanted to evolve quickly and couldn't care less. Of course, to say that he didn't care or that he was calm was definitely not a comprehensive statement. He was on guard, and if there was a problem with the evolution, he would suppress it decisively. You're evolving too quickly, Yu Shang reminded him with a serious expression. He warned him that something bad would happen if he continued like this. Even though he couldn't understand why Chu Feng hadn't been in trouble for a long time, he knew that this could be even more terrifying. Accumulating like this over a long period of time, perhaps in the future, it would explode even more violently. By the side, ancient sage Jun Tuo's eyes gleamed. He knew that there was something wrong with this human trafficker. How could there be a creature that could evolve so quickly? Just look, black fur is already growing on his body. How could Chu Feng not see that old Jun Tuo was secretly pleased in his heart? Old turtle, do you want to be inauspicious? Do you want to grow green hair all over your body? Chu Feng howled at the top of his lungs, causing the absent-minded Jun Tuo to almost lie on the ground and gnaw on grass. Jun Tuo's head swelled, and he cried out to himself that he had seen a ghost. How did this devil know what he was thinking? Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him and began to think about his own problems. He really couldn't ignore them because what Yu Shang said was very reasonable. In the future, his situation might be very serious. Once Chu Feng broke through, it would inevitably be the Dayu path. There was no need to think or choose. If the after effects of the pollen were to be fully released, it was bound to be unimaginably fierce. After all, there was still an inauspicious body locked in his jar. That was caused when he entered the forbidden area of the revered 8 trigrams furnace and saw the Dayu rank flowers and plants there. Just how high was his realm? He had only come into contact with it slightly, yet he had already transformed. He wanted to die and was inauspicious. It was truly excessively terrifying. At that time, something had almost happened to him. Once I enter the Dayu world, will there be an unprecedented transformation? Will I not even want to see my own form? Chu Feng was scared. At this moment, he thought of many problems. Red fur growing all over his body, black blood flowing out of his eyes, sarcomas growing on his body, and a rotting smell all over his body. This made him tremble with fear. Suddenly, he recalled the scene he saw in the martial madman's training ground in the extreme north. At that time, the martial madman had locked up 2 or 3 rotting bodies, and they all resembled the martial madman. He told this situation to Yu Shang and asked him for advice. As expected of the martial madman, from the depths of his genes, it can be seen that he is crazy. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Yu Shang exclaimed with a solemn expression. He deduced that after the martial madman walked the ultimate path, he was now trying to walk the Dayu path. He did not want to simply return to one, but wanted to combine the two paths. There's another possibility. He may also be practicing some strange and unpredictable technique. He doesn't want to put his real body in danger to practice it, fearing that something might go wrong. Instead, he wants to remodel his body and practice it on his behalf. Yu Shang gave another guess, which might be closer to the truth. After all, based on the current situation, the martial madman was very strong. He should have already returned to one and become a creature at the cosmic level. There was no need for him to walk the Dayu path again. Oh, this has enlightened me. I now have another option. In the future, I can walk two paths at the same time. After all, I have two eternal king fruits. Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. If that was the case, how strong would he be at that time? Of course, the premise was that he could endure it and not die. If he succeeded, this might be a path that no one had ever walked before. In any case, he was destined to be indescribable. In that case, he might as well throw out a Dao fruit and let him fight against the evil change and walk the Dayu path that he had no other choice. Then, he would use another Dao fruit to steal the sky and change the sun. He would walk the ultimate path and finally combine the two paths. I will be invincible. Chu Feng laughed mischievously. Jun Tuo wanted to say, "What the hell are you laughing at? The corners of your mouth are almost crooked." Yu Shang inhaled a breath of cold air. He understood Chu Feng's intention. Was he tired of living? Walking the Dayu path was already a narrow escape. At the very least, no one had survived until now. He still had to increase the burden on himself. Walking two paths at the same time was more serious than suicide, and the outcome might be very miserable. You have to understand that the ultimate path might also have evil changes. It's fine if you pass through it gently, but once it changes, it might be even more terrifying than the ugliness of the Dayu path and its grotesquely decayed state. When the time comes, it will be the same as your two paths changing at the same time. The intensity of that change will be unimaginable. For you, it will be like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. You won't be able to return, and only heaven knows what kind of monster you will become. Yu Shang advised. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of that terrifying scene. He felt his hair stand on end. If that was the case, perhaps it would be as Chu Feng thought. It would be unprecedented, but it wouldn't be a good aspect. It would only be an extreme, evil change that would surpass the upheaval experienced by all living beings that walked the pollen path since ancient times. He would rot, change, and be unimaginably miserable. After listening to Yu Shang's explanation and solemn warning, Chu Feng's expression changed, and he said, "I understand. The future path will be taken in the future. If it really isn't feasible, I might give up on a Dao fruit to protect my own life first." Then, Chu Feng took out a jade box from his body and handed it to Yu Shang. After opening it, purple light surged inside, and there was a ripe fruit inside. It was sparkling and glistening, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. This was a soul fruit, and its medicinal effects were much stronger than the soul flower that was as brilliant as the sun. Even a celestial venerable would find it difficult to consume such a thing. Chu Feng said, "Senior, you can slowly refine this soul fruit. When the time is right, with your accumulation over the years, you will definitely become a powerhouse." With his soul medicine, it was enough to solve Yu Shang's body problems and remove all kinds of hidden dangers. On the side, Jun Tuo swallowed his saliva and sighed inwardly. Just how many heinous crimes did this human trafficker commit to be able to collect so many good things? It's too precious. Yu Shang said. "Don't worry, I still have more here," said Chu Feng. Moments later, Chu Feng laid down a domain here and brought them across the void. In the end, they found Ziluan in a mountain forest. He wanted to rise up and evolve. From here on out, the road would be full of dangers and bloody battles. Naturally, he couldn't bring Ziluan along anymore and entrusted her to Yu Shang. This queen is destined to reach the cosmic realm. Don't regret it if you abandon me now. Ziluan murmured and glared at him. Come find me when you reach the cosmic realm. Chu Feng knocked on her white forehead. You despise me, Ziluan said angrily. Just you wait. I will definitely awaken the Tao fruit of my past life and return beyond the cosmic realm. Chu Feng was speechless. This little bird really took his bragging to the Phoenix King seriously. He really wanted to smack the back of her head to wake her up. Then he stared at Junta and said, This tortoise I bought is a bit thin, but Senior mustn't forget to make soup to nourish his body. F***CK. Junta wanted to bite him to death. He really wanted to say, I'm an ancient spirit turtle. At the side, Ziluan stared blankly. Wasn't this the ancient Saint Junta from back then? His might had shaken the lesser Een realm, but he had actually fallen into the hands of human traffickers. Yushang obviously wouldn't eat Junta and was prepared to keep the old turtle to talk about Yao Yao's past. Great Demon Shu, you're leaving? Be careful, Ziluan whispered reluctantly as they parted. Everyone knew that the world was changing and that there might not be a tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll definitely charge into the sky. I'll advance by leaps and bounds through evolution at every moment and advance proudly, said Chu Feng. He looked at the horizon and thought of a few problems before parting. How could he become stronger, the strongest? Li Su blocked the stone coffin outside the Yang realm. Perhaps he really is going to break free from the pollen path. Moreover, he's a disciple of the first mountain and his inheritance dates back several eras. He most likely has another path to take. Chu Feng frowned. Li Su might be very strong and rise above others. Did he have such a path to take? Yushang shook his head and said, he can't leave either. The inheritance of the first mountain has actually been broken. The method may not have been lost, but the world is no longer suitable. The successor can only walk the pollen path. The world isn't suitable again. Chu Feng frowned. Actually, the first mountain and my lineage walk the same path. Naturally, it's not suitable. Yushang sighed. But I always feel that the pollen path is a bit strange. It's a bit of a trap. Who knows, we might fall into a bottomless abyss while walking, said Chu Feng. Indeed, because the pollen path was strange, it contained a lot of hidden dangers. Moreover, it would accumulate day by day and deepen day by day. In the end, there would be a time when everything would explode. Although Chu Feng was very confident and stubborn, it was impossible to say that he was not afraid and not on his guard. The Immortal Clan has long been depraved. Why is that? Asked Chu Feng. Then he asked, how many evolutionary paths are there in this world? Yushang smiled bitterly. His lineage had long been in decline. There were some secrets that he naturally did not know. He could only make some conjectures from the few words left behind by his ancestors. Although there are countless large and small worlds in the universe, from ancient times until now, there should be no more than 10 great worlds that have truly walked a complete path. The paths of the other worlds are actually influenced by these paths and mutated. They are more or less the same. When Chu Feng heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even so, it meant that there were at least 10 complete and terrifying branches of evolution. Until now, he only knew about the path of pollen and the path of depravity. Yushang looked at him and shook his head. I'm talking about the paths that have existed since the beginning of time. Among them, some paths have long been broken, and some great worlds have long since decayed and no longer exist. Until now, according to the clues left behind by Yushang's ancestors, there were perhaps only 4 or 5 complete paths that were still being walked by future generations. Heaven Ruler, the path that you once walked, the path to immortality, how did it end? Why is it no longer suitable for cultivation today? Before they parted, Chu Feng asked in a serious tone. Yushang said, I do not know what changed, but all descendants and disciples can no longer walk that path, or else they will fall and become depraved. Even the previous emperors were helpless. This was the most horrifying and despair-inducing thing. In fact, the Heaven Ruler even felt that the path ahead was dark and hopeless. Their inheritance will be cut off, and there will be no successors. They were destined to go on an expedition and go above the heavens. They needed an endless stream of successors to fight alongside them. In the end, heaven and earth changed, cutting off their path of retreat. How could this not leave them in despair? Moreover, there was no solution to this. The world had already changed, that path truly difficult to continue on, almost completely cut off. One can become a heaven emperor, even an immortal emperor's path. How could it be cut off? Could it be that they will never be able to cultivate again? Chu Feng asked. It will be infected and depraved, extremely terrifying. Yu Shang was extremely serious, but he also added, saying, however, the Heaven Emperor had deduced that there are a few who can walk it, and they might even mutate, not fall and instead become stronger. However, this is not a universal method, so it has lost its original meaning. Chu Feng really wanted to give it a try. However, after calming down a bit, he didn't want to court death. How could he guarantee that he wouldn't mutate and not fall? How did the pollen path appear? Chu Feng asked. After a long time, sparkling and resplendent granules scattered down from heaven and earth. That should be the very first pollen, right? Yu Shang said softly while gazing towards the sky. The pollen that suddenly scattered down connected the broken path. Chu Feng was shocked. This wasn't a path that existed in the world of the living, but rather something that suddenly happened one day. This touched upon the origin of a path. Its effects were too far-reaching, and the internal cause was even more so mysterious and terrifying beyond compare. It was simply unimaginable. Correct. That day, the clouds and mists were extremely great. A dazzling streak of lightning appeared in the sky. Some people said that it was a streak of sword radiance that hacked apart everything. Chapter 1506. It was as if a crack was hacked open in the sky. Yu Shang looked at the sky and said softly, recalling the bits and pieces his ancestor left behind. He combined it with the bits of information he saw in ancient texts, as well as all types of clues, recounting the events of the past. That day, the clouds and mists were extremely great. That streak of light tore through the world's tranquility, allowing heaven and earth to cultivate again, continuing the broken path. At that time, no one knew why the pollen appeared, why it suddenly drifted down. The effects of this were too great. This involved the origin of an evolutionary path, definitely the origin of the pollen path. It was actually summarized so simply by Yu Shang's few words. While leaving Chu Feng shocked, he was also a bit stupefied. Can you be a bit more detailed? Was that lightning or sword radiance? Chu Feng asked. He urgently wanted to know. Could it be that it was man-made, not the result of the heaven and earth's self-repairing evolutionary path? Yu Shang said, I don't know either. Whether it was lightning or sword radiance, there are all types of legends in this world. However, that day, the winds and clouds surged, too many great events happening, leaving behind all types of speculations. They can all be considered mysteries waiting to be confirmed. What are they? Chu Feng had him speak in detail. Some say that the heavens were hacked apart by someone, and from then on, a pollen path appeared. The sparkling particles scattered that day, continuing the broken path of evolution. Who was it that hacked it apart? Chu Feng was greatly moved. There was someone who hacked apart the heavens, bringing in a new system from beyond the world, guiding in a brand new path, allowing the people of this world to cultivate again. This was an immeasurable merit. Legend has it that if it wasn't that person, then it was the three heavenly emperors. That person should be referring to the unmatched existence that didn't exist in history, the 1-9 Dowie mentioned again and again. It was unknown just how many great eras he had already transcended. Three heavenly emperors. Chu Feng naturally knew about them as well. Every single one of them was shockingly talented, suppressing the world. Last time, one of them used the bronze coffin to blast through the sacrificial ground. Who exactly was it? Chu Feng said softly. When one reached that level, they truly couldn't be surmised. Regardless of who it was all for the sake of this world's later generations, allowing them to continue evolving and take an even stronger step, realizing a transition in the level of life. It's really hard to say who it is, because it's possible, Yu Shang said. That day, everyone saw the heavens split open by someone. It was like a supreme streak of sword light, so they naturally thought of that person. However, in that instant, the clouds and mist surged, many other things happening. There were people who saw with their own eyes that the three heavenly emperors were fighting at close quarters. There were strange obstructions, ominous entanglements. The three heaven emperors have made their move. Yes, according to all types of clues and traces, as well as the limited records, it was extremely terrifying back then. The world was about to collapse, and the three heavenly emperors did everything they could to take action. Yu Shang narrated the past. In that era, the world changed. Later generations could no longer walk the path forward. It made people feel despair. During that period of time, the three heavenly emperors had disappeared for a long time. Everyone speculated that they were in seclusion, creating methods, thinking of other paths. It wasn't until light particles scattered between heaven and earth that a hole appeared in the sky and pollen fluttered in the air. Only then did they reappear at the same time, so people guessed that it had something to do with them. There are even rumors that the pollen path might be the embodiment of their Tao fruit. That day, all types of great battles erupted. The rivers and seas dried up. Someone saw the heavenly emperor move through the sky, blood flowing as he fought against all enemies. The emperor cauldron rumbled, bringing with it a certain artifact that resonated. Yu Shang slowly narrated all types of rumors. He wasn't sure if it was the truth or not. However, when Chu Feng heard this, he was immediately stupefied. His entire body became a bit rigid. What did he think of? The stone jar and seeds. Correct, this wasn't something he heard from others, but rather something he personally saw. When the emperor cauldron rumbled, the stone jar fell out from within, falling outside. At that time, the heavenly emperor and the enemy were chasing after each other, fighting over the stone jar. In the end, due to various reasons, the stone jar unexpectedly arrived in the Little Yin realm, landing in Kunlun Mountain. That was why Chu Feng was extremely shocked, almost petrified in place. The pollen path, if it was drawn out by the three heavenly emperors, what evolved was the embodiment of their unmatched Tao fruit, the source. Then what were the three seeds? His mind rose and fell, the fluctuations incomparably intense. If it was because of those three's Tao fruit that the pollen path appeared, then the stone jar had three seeds. Could it be that they truly corresponded with the three heavenly emperors? Could it be their Tao fruit? Chu Feng was truly dumbfounded. Soon, his thoughts drifted, and he thought of many strange questions. If that was the case, then in the future, not only would he be able to grow a peerless beauty in white, but he would also be able to grow two grown men. F*CK. He shook his head with all his might. What was he thinking about? He rubbed his temples, trying not to let his thoughts drift too far. It wasn't good to think too much. It would give him a headache. Was it really the pollen path drawn out by the three heavenly emperors? Chu Feng asked. Of course not. Didn't I say it already? It could be related to that person. Yu Shang replied. That day, the lightning was like a brilliant sword ray, matchless and matchless. It split the heavens, creating a hole in the sky. No matter how one looked at it, it was too much of a coincidence. That method, that sword ray, it was similar to the person who gradually lost records in history, and all memories of him gradually faded. Therefore, there was no way to determine who did it. Many people were inclined to believe that it was related to all four of them. Yu Shang continued. Actually, I'm more inclined to the last theory. It's a guess that's closer to the truth. There's another theory? Chu Feng was flabbergasted. The events of that year were indeed confusing. Even the heavenly emperor's descendants couldn't explain it clearly. It was too mysterious. Yu Shang tried his best to calm himself down. He narrated the conjecture of one of his ancestors, as well as all kinds of deductions to restore a corner of the truth. This path wasn't created by anyone, nor was it deduced by anyone. It exists in itself. Our world has its own spirituality. Every grain of pollen has its own spirit. They come from underground, from the mountains and seas. When it's time for them to come into being, they will come. They are all related to the heroic spirits. Heroic spirits are the ancestors who passed away, those fallen heroic experts. It is unknown what era they are from, perhaps the ancient underworld, or perhaps who knows how many great years ago, born in an era that cannot be verified. This world of ours has endured too much suffering, great eras after great eras, decline, recovery, and destruction. It is unknown just how many years have passed since the rise and fall. Some realms have forever decayed, disappearing, but some still exist. There are too many tragic songs, leaving behind countless dark riddles that remain unsolved. However, in the present world, it's not that we can't deduce it. It's not that we can't relate it. In this world, there have been many great sacrifices. There are many tragic events that have been forgotten. As for those people, those events, they have fallen asleep, decayed, and died. They became heroic spirits and then disappeared. What was left behind in the end? A bit of spirituality accumulated in the soil, floating between heaven and earth. They are spirits, and they can also be called heroic spirits. They're the final spiritual particles. Yushang narrated in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. It was as if he was talking about something unrelated to this world. However, his voice was extremely hoarse and gloomy. How could it truly be unrelated? According to his ancestors' words, deductions, and conjectures, every grain of pollen corresponded to a heroic spirit. They were the final spiritual particles they left behind. Back then, heaven and earth underwent great changes, no longer suitable for evolution. The path was severed, but spiritual particles still appeared, transmitting a type of emotion. That was why, regardless of whether it was that person or the three heavenly emperors, they all sensed it. Only when one reached that level would they be able to sense it. They became angry, taking action. Yushang narrated again, speaking about everything that ancestor knew and guessed at. That person, as well as the three heavenly emperors, should have all taken action. That is why there was that sword, splitting open the heavens, revealing a large opening. Moreover, there were three heavenly emperors who powerfully took action. They stirred up the years, also stirred up the dust, making the things hidden between heaven and earth appear. Spiritual particles floated, filling the sky. That was the cause of the past, as well as the effect of today. Chu Feng was truly shaken. What did he hear? He understood the origins of the pollen's evolutionary path, understood the true source. This path wasn't created by anyone. It originally existed, originally there. Someone stirred up the years, stirred up the dust, making their spirituality reveal itself. That was why this path appeared. Senior, are you sure it's like this? Why do I feel like it's a bit confusing, even more mythical than a legend? Chu Feng indeed had many areas he didn't understand. As for the Zilwan and Jun Tua at the side, they had long been dumbstruck. They had always walked the pollen's evolutionary path, but who cared about the origins? Only today did they understand for the first time that tracing back up, there was actually this or that kind of origin. It was too mystical and astonishing. Yushang nodded and said, "It is indeed a bit subjective, but I feel that most of it is true and reliable. It should be that something originally existed between heaven and earth, and then that person and the three heavenly emperors stirred up the years, allowing them to reappear." Yushang felt that the so-called every heroic spirit corresponding to a spiritual particle was the final product left behind by the heroic spirits. This might not necessarily be true. It was a tragic and stirring scene outlined in that ancestor's heart. Even though the past was indeed tragic, it might not necessarily be the truth that appeared because of this evolutionary path. However, there was definitely a secret between heaven and earth. There was an ancient heavenly depository between the heavens that appeared through the pollen, blossoming with some kind of spiritual light. Otherwise, why would the main sacrifice appear? Why would the ominous and inauspicious be so persistent? They have always been there, entangling one great era after another. What exactly do they want to do? And what are they looking for? Yushang's voice was extremely low and heavy. There was an unimaginably great secret between heaven and earth. It was unknown what was left behind in that ancient era, but someone was searching for it. And what was the truth behind the great sacrifice? Even now, they didn't know. Pollen appeared after heaven and earth couldn't evolve, and the path had already been severed. It displayed spirituality, even though it entangled with other substances and brought about hidden dangers. However, it couldn't be denied that this path had perhaps already indicated something. Chu Feng said, "I believe in this theory. The spiritual particles might not necessarily be left behind by heroic spirits, but they do indeed accumulate and exist in this soil. They float between heaven and earth and are reflected in the pollen. Right now, they're being used by us to promote our evolution and open up a brand new path." Yushang nodded. Regarding these things, they were very distant in the past. He didn't want to say too much because it was meaningless. Their cultivation levels were far from enough. So what if they guessed and understood? However, it was different now. The heavens were all about to lose their future, and everything was starting to come closer to them. There was nothing that couldn't be said. Even if it was just a guess and there was no proof, it could still be said. "Senior, has anyone reached the end of this path? Has anyone become an immortal emperor?" "I don't think so." Then, Chu Feng became emotional and excited. After saying these words, he straightened his back and raised his head. "I'm going to walk this path to the end." All signs pointed to the fact that if one continued on this path and reached the end, if it was perfect, if it was resplendent, it should be able to produce an immortal emperor. This was the highest level, representing invincibility from past to present. "I don't fear rotting, I don't fear growing a few more heads or other things. When the time comes, I'll just slap them back one by one. I want to continue on this path, I won't change paths. Everyone should stay at home if they can. If they have to go out, they must be careful and pay attention to safety. Especially those in Hubei and Wuhan, take care. Everyone, take care." Chapter 1507. Was this a completely new path? Perhaps no one had reached the end yet. Chu Feng was naturally happy and excited. This meant that once someone reached the end of the path, they might be able to sit cross-legged there and become an immortal emperor. This was the highest realm known at present. It wasn't limited to the Yang realm, but encompassed the heavens and even the heavens. At present, there had never been an existence higher than this realm. There are spirits everywhere in this world. They weren't left behind by anyone, nor were they created by anyone. They have always existed. Chu Feng stood on the ground and looked up at the vault of heaven. He then looked at the boundless land and felt a deep sense of spirituality. In a trance, he saw countless light particles fluttering about like fireflies in the night sky. It was as though stars had appeared in the dark cosmos. "I will continue to evolve on this path and never look back." Walking on a dark path didn't seem to have a good meaning at first, but now he had to hold on to this belief. In a daze, the stone jar on his body began to ring and tremble. At this moment, Chu Feng even saw a hazy scene. A long time ago, the world was very prosperous. Pollen particles fluttered about and fluttered about. It was as beautiful as a fairy tale world. Not only did it fill the entire earth with a rain of light, but it also surged into the heavens. This was a scene in an instant, but it seemed to have frozen and congealed. It displayed a mysterious and gradually grand scene for Chu Feng. The sky was broken through by the light particles. They transcended the world and turned into a rain of light. They rushed out of the heavens and into the world beyond. Was that the heavens? Pollen fluttered about. Each particle was sparkling and translucent. It was endless and beautiful as it rose into the heavens and fluttered about in that even vaster superworld. The entire world became fresh because of this. The rain of light was endless and full of vitality. Even the heavens were beautiful because of this. Pure light particles were everywhere. This was simply a pure land. It was almost like a dream. The divine light particles were like rain, carrying a fragrance as they floated about in all directions. Chu Feng was shaken. What did this mean? What had been revealed to him by what he had just seen? Was the pollen system incomparably resplendent in that extremely distant and ancient era? It had once entered the heavens and led the splendor of several great eras. Boom! Great waves arose in Chu Feng's mind, and as he gazed over, an intense rumble resounded in his ears. It was like primal chaos, immortal lightning had exploded. In fact, all of this was because the stone jar shook at the end, but what Chu Feng saw was different. Countless particles of light were streaked across the sky by a blinding beam of light. In the end, the pollen scattered and returned to the heavens, returning to the old land. Why did they return to the mortal realm in the end? That was not all. That beam of light was mysterious and demonic. It swooped down like a river of stars bursting through a dam, or like the source of lightning pouring down. Countless light particles danced in the air, filling the entire sky. But in the end, everything gradually dimmed. What was left between heaven and earth? The terrifying light beam was submerged by the light particles and extinguished. As for those sparkling pollen light particles, they also disappeared, leaving only scorched earth and decay. The entire mountain and river, the entire world was dead silent, reduced to a huge ruin. It wasn't just the Yang realm. Even the heavens where the pollen had once visited, as well as some large and small worlds, were in the same state. They were completely dark and desolate. The pollen path used to be extremely resplendent, but it declined and was forced back. Chu Feng was shaken. He felt as if he had seen a corner of the truth. It was cruel and ancient, and as he was lost in thought, it was unfolding before his eyes. He didn't see blood, nor did he see a great battle. However, these might have been covered up by the boiling light particles. It might have hidden an unimaginable tragedy. Why was it so quiet? The once brilliant light particles and countless pollen rose above the heavens, but in the end, they all ended up in a state of deathly stillness. Now, you all have revived again. Are you going to shine again and become resplendent again? Chu Feng looked at the world and seemed to see countless light particles and endless pollen matter rising and falling in the mountains and rivers under the earth. It was silent for a long time. It was unknown how many epochs it had been. The once brilliant world became a land of death and became ruins. Only after a long time did there be life, but the path was already different. Until one day, the immortal path was cut off again. The mysteries that once existed, the light particles, the brilliance buried in dust and ashes, appeared again. After that person and the three sky emperors stirred up the river of time. The mountains and rivers of the entire great earth were stirred up, and the mysterious matter revived. Was this the truth that could be connected from a corner? It was destroyed and deathly still. Was it because an immortal emperor couldn't be born on this path back then? No one could guard it. Or was it to say that those creatures evolved, but they were all killed? So now, everything was starting from the beginning again, waiting for those who came later to reach the end, sit down, and become immortal emperors. Rise from destruction, revive from nirvana. Chu Feng calmed down, but his gaze became even sharper. He first lowered his head to look at the great earth, and then looked towards the heavens, looking beyond the world. You seem to have comprehended something. Since something comprehended something. Yu Shang was astonished. Chu Feng nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I seem to have experienced a reincarnation in an instant, strolling through a period of time. I was in a trance and saw some blurry scenes." Yu Shang heard this and became incomparably serious. He thought of a certain person in the legends who seemed to have this kind of experience. He said, "Yes, there are people who can be like this. One glance is eternity, an instant is a lifetime. Stopping for a short moment is like going through a reincarnation. Something strange seems to have happened to you." Chu Feng smiled wryly and said, "I didn't really experience that kind of reincarnation, it was just a feeling. I saw the vicissitudes of the sea and mulberry fields with a single glance, the resplendent great world coming to an end, returning to the dark ruins. At this time, The stone jar was completely silent, and there were no more movements. Chu Feng pondered for a while. Was this a coincidence? Why did it seem like he was continuously experiencing something similar? The earth was once desolate and then revived. At that time, someone told him that the earth was in ruins, reviving from destruction. Then, the entire Lesser Een was seen as a graveyard by the outside world, reviving from the cycle of reincarnation and turning into ruins. Now, even the world of the living could be seen as a ruin, so much so that the real ruin was the heavens. The blue sea turned to dust, the thunder and lightning dried up, becoming dim along with the light particles. Everything has passed and can no longer be recalled. After millions and millions of years have passed, is the final ruin going to revive? Chu Feng was lost in thought. At this moment, he was comprehending, meditating, and thinking about the past, present, and future. Those mysterious spirits originally existed. It's just that they were covered in dust and extinguished. But one day, all of you will reappear. Now, Chu Feng began to ponder. Were the festering ugliness and decay of the great universe contaminated by other substances, or was it a tribulation that should have existed in the first place, turning the rotten into the miraculous, transforming in the inconceivable? Chu Feng didn't hide anything. He told Yushang what he saw and what he was thinking about, discussing it with him. After all, Yushang had heard many rumors and read many unique books. He was very knowledgeable and had dabbled in many aspects. Senior, do you think the rotting of the great universe is orthodox and should be like this? In the process, the body changes, such as a few extra heads, a few extra pairs of arms, a few extra wings, a whole body of scales, an extra eye, and so on, are actually all for the sake of strengthening? Chu Feng's idea was very bold. From his point of view, the evolution caused by the light particles and pollen substances was to give them more at the great universe level. Yu Shang said, "You're saying that the body's mutation and the extra body parts are actually to give us all kinds of abilities, or to open the door within the body and the boundless immortal treasury. Yes, it's to give us abilities and force us to evolve. But many people don't need that much, so they become redundant, bloated, deteriorate, and become even uglier." Chu Feng nodded. Then he added, "Perhaps in the face of decay and ugliness with so many organs, we should first calm down and not think about how to quickly get rid of the extra body parts. Instead, we should calmly follow up, take the initiative, and carry out a deeper level of evolution before subduing ourselves." Subduing ourselves? Yu Shang was truly moved. He felt that Chu Feng's idea was indeed a little out of line and out of line with the principles of the world. Yes, subduing ourselves. The pollen path makes us stronger and gives us too much. What we want is just those abilities to be able to face them calmly, fuse with them, resonate with them, and truly absorb those inconceivable abilities instead of rejecting the mutation. Once we've obtained all of them, it will be considered a complete transformation. Then we can calmly subdue our physical bodies. At that time, our true bodies might even return. Very soon, Chu Feng added, perhaps it was also necessary to subdue one's own spirit. Yu Shang was in a daze, taking the initiative to accept the decay and ugliness, even embracing and being satisfied with his state, calming down and concentrating on cultivation, resonating, and then subduing himself after the evolution. Such a path was very different from the current world. Since the past until now, everyone avoided the great universe like avoiding snakes and scorpions. They all wanted to walk the gentle path of the ultimate. The former was a choice, they had no other choice. However, it seemed that no one had ever survived. They could only resist and delay the deterioration, doing their best to keep living as long as possible. But even if they could kill true immortals, in the end, they would reach the end of an epoch. In the end, they would completely deteriorate and die amidst the strange changes while rotting. What you said is indeed somewhat reasonable, but don't forget that the light particles and pollen might not be as pure as they were in ancient times. They might have been contaminated by other substances, such as the ominous and strange. Many people speculate that this is the root cause of the decay of the great universe. This is a part of the reason, but it's absolutely not the whole reason. As far as I'm concerned, the present world is a gray epoch. It's difficult for strange substances to harm my body, so much so that there's supplements. Chu Feng's eyes were brilliant and full of confidence. Beside him, Zilwan was shocked and really wanted to cry out. Was this human trafficker crazy? Did he want to eat strange substances? Jun Tuo was also shocked, but he couldn't say a single word. He finally understood why this demon of the younger generation could far surpass him and reach this step. His guts were too fat. This demon dared to walk any path. And the important thing was that he seemed to have succeeded more than half the way. Yu Shang said solemnly, "You have to be careful. I always feel that your accumulation and cooling time are too short and your evolution is too fast. The accumulated problems in your body are extremely serious and will erupt one day." Chu Feng's eyes were sparkling with divine light as he said, "It's meaningless for me to take the normal path step by step. Time waits for no man. Moreover, I feel that this kind of terror that has accumulated over a long period of time might be of use to me. Perhaps when it bursts out like a flood, it can help me break through the various doors in my body in the state of the universe and open up a new path." Yu Shang sighed and said, "The great universe state is incomparably terrifying. It's decaying, and there are many doors in the body. It's not necessarily an immortal trove. Legend has it that behind the doors are connected to all kinds of terrifying sources. Ordinary people would seal it. So who would dare to open it? Yes, it's very terrifying, but I have no choice but to open it. Rather than saying it leads to an immortal emperor's treasury, it's better to say it's an immortal tomb. But it's still worth exploring and researching." Chu Feng redefined it. Since the doors were all terrifying and incomparably dangerous, perhaps it could really be summarized as an immortal tomb. "Senior, I'm leaving." Chu Feng said his goodbyes. He had to go on his way and evolve. Time was too short and simply wasn't enough. He had no time to squander. Yu Shang sent him off and watched him leave. Ziluan cried because she had a bad premonition. After this parting, she didn't know if they would meet again in this lifetime. Perhaps this would be the last time they would see each other. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1508. I want to become stronger. Ziluan sobbed and clenched her fists. She felt that she would never see that demon again. She would never have the chance again. Scenes of the past appeared in her mind. From opposing each other, to being captured, to becoming a captive, the timid and proud Ziluan had unknowingly grown attached to the once hateful demon Chu. Ziluan couldn't help but cry. At this time, a kind face appeared. Yu Shang handed over a fruit that was sparkling and brilliant. There was a special Tao aura, and one could vaguely hear the light cry of an undying immortal one. What was this? Ziluan looked at Yu Shang with tearful eyes. "Eat this if you want to become stronger." "What is it?" Ziluan didn't understand. Her teary eyes were full of bewilderment. Yu Shang explained, "This is a bloodline fruit Chu Feng left for you. It can upgrade your bloodline to the purest and most powerful domain. I'll protect you." "He left it for me?" Chu Feng had long since disappeared. He didn't want to see her sad and tearful parting. He knew that this proud girl was actually very weak and had grown up under the pampering of her elders. Become stronger. This was his conviction. He wanted to rush to the top in a short time. He looked up at the big hole in the sky. The sacrificial ground was still blurry and hadn't disappeared yet. He didn't know when the future would end. Time waited for no man. He always felt that he didn't have enough time. However, he had no other choice. He could only walk along the current path. Chu Feng was going on a long journey, so he was destined to encounter some races. He had studied the habits and strength of the Yuan experts who had established their abodes outside. He had no choice but to confront them. It wasn't only for Yu Shang's sake. It was also for Chu Feng's own sake. Because he'd already fought to the death with this race in the tripartite battlefield and the supreme forbidden area, and they were irreconcilable enemies. Collecting the evolution soil from the Yuan expert sites was the fastest way. He didn't feel any psychological burden at all. Additionally, he had to take revenge for someone else, celestial venerable Stone Fox. He should be related to the Yuan race. Stone Fox had been exiled to the foreign land by his master and was petrified, waiting for death. When he was in the Lesser Een, Chu Feng and many other geniuses had entered the foreign realm from the damning Pure Land to cultivate there. As a result, they were contaminated by the gray substance and were strangely entangled. It was there that he got to know the Stone Fox. The old fox had helped him a lot and even saved his life. The old fox had even given him a treasure map in the Yang realm. However, ever since he arrived in the Yang realm, he had yet to explore it. That was because he didn't need to use it earlier. He had been walking the path of the strongest, suppressing his cultivation and severing his body from a high realm. Finally, he tempered his body down to the golden body, so that his body was like a Buddha walking in the world. He had only recently completed this process. Then he began to use the pollen and broke through to the Duo Hung King domain in one go. Now that he thought about it, if he had the time, he could go look for the treasures that Shu had left behind in the world of the living. However, he had a mental expectation that it wouldn't be of much use. He didn't lack evolution methods, and it was enough for now. What he lacked the most was mutant soil related to evolution. He didn't know if Shu was safe and sound on Earth. Was he completely petrified and unable to move? He hoped that he didn't completely die. If he had the chance, he would go back and save him. Although Shu didn't say it clearly, Chu Feng had already deduced from the clues that his master was most likely from the Yuan race. Now, all the signs were becoming more and more obvious. Shu's master was most likely that old monster from the Yuan race who had reached the cosmic realm several hundred years ago. The former Almighty had now become a terrifying cosmic realm expert. According to Yushang, there were two terrifying entities in the Yuan race. One was a cosmic realm entity, and the other was an ultimate monster. Chu Feng understood in detail and confirmed that the cosmic realm monster was Shu's master. He was proficient in the law of time and had entered the foreign realm before. The flow of time in the foreign realm wasn't right. It was too fast. Shu had guessed that his master wanted to refine the foreign realm into a treasure of time. In the Yang realm, there were few famous old monsters who could control the law of time. The martial madman was one of them on the surface. His method was dug out from a famed mountain after a narrow escape. Yushang, on the other hand, understood the Yuan race very well and knew that they also had a secret method of time. However, only a select few members of the Yuan race were allowed to view this supreme secret method. It was very difficult to cultivate it. Celestial Venerable Shu, whose master used to be incomparably powerful. He was invincible in his era and absolutely qualified to cultivate it. A monster who could sweep through an era and lead the world was absolutely terrifying. Of course, when he rose to power, he wasn't in the same era as Li Su or the martial madman. Otherwise, he would have to go through a terrifying test to determine who was stronger and who was weaker at the same level. However, this person was indeed monstrous. Since ancient times, it was rare for someone to reach the cosmic realm. He was definitely a monster. Back then, he was the number one almighty who had suppressed several eras. In the Yang realm, he was a quasi-invincible entity. As long as the cosmic realm didn't come out, no one could stop him. Now that he was a cosmic realm monster, Shu's master gave Chu Feng a lot of pressure. If the stone jar awakened on its own, Chu Feng would have to hide as far as he could. He didn't lack confidence and bravery, but he couldn't be reckless. Reality was full of blood and bones. Acting rashly wouldn't end well. At the very least, he didn't have the strength to challenge a cosmic realm monster at the moment. Yes, I've arrived. Chu Feng arrived at the Yu province. He was quite a distance away and gazed at a beautiful mountain peak in the distance. There was a silver waterfall hanging down there and thin mist rising. Multicolored light shone under the morning glow. The entire mountain forest was sacred and somewhat otherworldly. An almighty figure of the Yuan tribe lived in this place. That's right, Chu Feng had his eyes on the Almighty's training ground. This kind of place didn't lack strange soil of astonishing quality, so he didn't really care for a Celestial's training ground. If he wanted to do something, he would do it in a big way. In any case, he was going to loot it. Of course, he wasn't sure if he had to face an almighty expert. Although killing a Grand Celestial was a test of his strength, an almighty expert was too powerful. He wasn't confident at all. If he didn't have to fight to the death, he would naturally avoid them. It would be best if he visited the training ground when the almighty expert wasn't there. Chu Feng didn't feel ashamed. He had just stepped onto the path of evolution, and these old enemies were all monsters from ancient times. They had lived for countless years and had accumulated a lot of experience. He circled around the training ground and thoroughly studied it. Then he left. The Yuan race had more than one target. Moreover, he didn't want to loot a training ground. If possible, he didn't mind emptying the coffins of the experts who had built their caves outside. Chu Feng went to Zhuo Prefecture. With his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes were profound. He paced around a basin for a long time, carefully studying the terrain. Then, he went to Hui Province. He didn't take action, but lifted his head to look at the sky. He was waiting for a chance, feeling that something shocking would happen. In outer space, the sacrificial ground was indistinct. It was faintly discernible as it confronted the three treasures. It wouldn't last long. Sooner or later, the balance would be broken. Chu Feng guessed that the Yuan race was also waiting. Perhaps they were already preparing to hold a meeting to discuss the future. After all, the sky had changed. Only one result was left. The Yuan race had defected, so they were more concerned about the result in the sky than anyone else. Chu Feng was waiting. If the three powerhouses left one after the other and returned to the Yuan race, his opportunity would arrive. It wasn't wise to fight a powerhouse 2 great realms above him. He might even throw his life away. Since there was a chance, all he had to do was wait. Hui Province. One of Empyrean Stone Fox's hidden treasures is here. Chu Feng was moved. He studied it in detail and then moved out. He followed the mountain range into the distance and searched according to the clues on the treasure map. To an expert specializing in domains, there was no one more suitable than him to do such a thing. With clear clues to the hidden treasures, this wasn't a difficult matter at all. There was a swamp. It was quiet and suffused with mist. Only a few demonic crocodiles were lying dormant, but their cultivation wasn't profound. There were a few large trees, all of them large and rooted in the swamp. They covered the entire area, making it seem dark and damp. After finding this place, Chu Feng blasted open the swamp with a punch and went in. Very soon, he was astonished. Someone had beaten him to it. This place had been opened by someone, and the restrictions of the underground palace had been broken. Someone reacted even more fiercely than him. In the blink of an eye, 10 beams of white light shot out and pierced through the void. However, Chu Feng easily blocked them with a raise of his hand. After all, he was quite powerful at the moment. Ordinary people from the Yang realm couldn't even approach him. Then, he couldn't help but be stunned as he saw an acquaintance. It was a curvaceous woman like a beautiful snake. Her small waist and slender legs were both sparkling and translucent, and some of them were exposed outside of her battle skirt. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her palm-sized face was sparkling and flawless. She was excessively beautiful, and her large, limpid eyes were full of spirituality. The most eye-catching part was the 10 flawless white foxtails on her back. Immediately, people guessed her race, the Heavenly Fox. The 9-tailed Heavenly Fox was already a heavenly genius of the fox race. Their talents were rare since ancient times, and this woman actually had 10 tails. She was extremely charming and possessed a temperament that could topple all living things. This was an innate charm of her race. "It's you." The two spoke at almost the same time. Chu Feng naturally recognized that this was the descendant of Heavenly Sovereign Rock Fox. He had seen her before in the 3-sided battlefield. She was the famous fox race genius, the 10-tailed Heavenly Fox. Back then, he had been discovered by the black dog and captured by its projection. It wanted to seize the little black wooden spear in his hands to refine medicine, but in the end When it was released, there was a transmission error. That unreliable dog had sent him into this woman's bathtub, causing countless splashes. Do you really know my ancestor? The woman in front of him had a unique temperament. She was a true vixen with a temperament that could topple all living things. She glanced at him with her large eyes. Last time, when they were facing each other awkwardly in the three-sided battlefield, Chu Feng had explained that he knew Heavenly Sovereign Rock Fox, and that the old fox's name was Su Kinyes. How else would I have found this place? Chu Feng nodded. He didn't underestimate this woman. She was a true genius. Back in the three-sided battlefield, even as a great saint, he felt a certain amount of pressure when facing this woman. That was because this woman was one step ahead of him. She had fallen from the great saint realm to the golden body domain. Her Tao foundation was shockingly sturdy. However, compared to him now, the tin-tailed heavenly fox was a level lower. She was currently only in the divine level domain. Of course, this was enough to shock the outside world. Her Tao foundation was still incomparably sturdy. She was a powerful figure destined to rise up in the fox race. In reality, the tin-tailed heavenly fox was even more shocked than Chu Feng. They hadn't seen each other for a while. The Chowda from back then, and the Chu Feng in front of her, were actually Prince Hung. As the two talked, Chu Feng didn't hide anything. He told her about his realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell. So, if there are hidden treasures here, I don't need them. You can continue to cultivate here. I just want to find mutant soil. Chu Feng didn't have much hope. Rock Fox had given him several hidden treasures, but this place didn't look like mutant soil. As expected, the tin-tailed heavenly fox shook her head. Then, she smiled sweetly, and the entire underground palace lit up for a moment. It was too special. This was the natural charm that belonged to the fox race. Don't smile at me. I already have a child. Chu Feng said in a deadpan manner. The tin-tailed heavenly fox's face immediately darkened. She really wanted to sweep him away with her tail. I just want to thank you for telling me about my ancestors' news. You don't need to leave. You can also cultivate here. There's a cultivation technique related to spirit here. It's very profound, the fox race's proud lady said in a bad mood. Chu Feng was a little curious. Just how powerful was this spirit cultivation technique? He followed her in and saw a technique related to soul light evolution. It was indeed incomparably profound, and he memorized it on the spot. However, he had the robbery induction breathing technique, the golden runes on the stone jar, and the arsenal he had moved from the martial madman's place. He didn't lack cultivation techniques since a long time ago. Chu Feng didn't want to waste time here. He was afraid that he would miss the opportunity to raid a powerhouse's lair, so he prepared to leave immediately. But before he left, he thought for a moment and told the tin-tailed heavenly fox about the few places where the treasures were hidden. He felt that they should belong to the heavenly fox race. The tin-tailed heavenly fox was moved. She realized that this person was very honest. He had no intention of possessing these treasures and had actually given them to her directly. My ancestor. She wanted to ask if the stone fox, Celestial Venerable, could make it through, but she was afraid that she would receive grievous news. His situation is very difficult, but I feel that his life is very tenacious. You should work hard to evolve. In the future, I'll bring you to the lesser netherworld and rescue him together. Then, Chu Feng left to collect the almighty level soil he had reserved. There was something he didn't say. The weather had changed, and no one knew what would happen tomorrow. The premise was that he could survive. Otherwise, how could he talk about the future? Why haven't they returned to the Yuan race? Chu Feng frowned. He had been setting up domains in Hui Province, Zhuozhou, and Yuezhou during this day. He had gone back and forth many times, but in the end, he discovered that the three old fellows with declining vitality were hibernating and hadn't moved at all. The weather has already changed. Won't they be summoned back to discuss important matters? Chu Feng calmed himself down and decided to wait a little longer. Let's look for Old Gu. Let's see if he can gather a large amount of Empyrean-grade soil and almighty-grade mutant soil. After all, Old Gu had cried his heart out and found out that his sworn brother Li Su was still alive. Li Haizi would most likely compensate him, and give him an explanation. Additionally, Old Gu was a typical Nar back in the day. He had hidden many good things and buried them in the mountains. Additionally, Old Gu had founded a dozen or so organizations. Although most of them had died out after the passage of time, one remained, the Emperor's Support Organization. Only Old Gu could think of such a coquettish and narcissistic name. Did he want to become an immortal emperor or something? Chu Feng and Old Gu had borrowed the power of this organization several times to make them contribute. For instance, when they had a conflict with someone back then, Old Gu had used the token to secretly mobilize over 100 divine kings to hold the line. Back then, it had shaken an entire province and had a huge impact. Additionally, Chu Feng had eliminated a nest of assassins from the Black Capital through the dark web. He had used this organization to investigate Black Capital in advance. Chu Feng found a place belonging to the technological civilization and logged into a special dark web. This was his private method of communication with Old Gu, and he left behind a secret message. Unexpectedly, he received a reply before he could log out. Old Gu was apparently also in the technological civilization area. Afterward, Chu Feng decisively contacted him through the communicator. He directly projected himself and conversed with him face to face. Old Gu really knew how to enjoy life. He was drinking wine in a splendid and richly ornamented clubhouse with two outstanding beauties pouring wine for him. However, the two beauties weren't on the screen and couldn't be seen clearly. Old Gu, did you see your big brother Li He? Did he give you an explanation? Didn't he leave you some treasures? Is there any immortal mutant soil? Scram! Old Gu was so angry that the wine spilled out of his mouth. His unreliable big brother made him cry bitterly. He was so sad that he wanted to die. In the end, it turned out to be a big swindler. Now, Li He had run away and didn't even come to see him. Perhaps he felt guilty or embarrassed, but in the end, he only left him a piece of paper with a breathing technique and 3 wondrous techniques. He didn't even show his face. Old Gu had a belly full of anger. He really wanted to see his big brother and ask him in person, Li Dahe, where's your conscience? Aren't you ashamed? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he had tricked even his brother to the point of wanting to die. Old Gu, don't drink anymore. Prepare some mutant soil for me. I urgently need it. Chu Feng shouted. We'll talk about it later. I just want to drink. I'm about to die from anger. I really want to find someone to beat up my big brother, but no one can beat him. Old Gu was furious. Look for me, invest in me, and give me enough soil to evolve. I'll rise quickly and help you beat up your big brother, Chu Feng said while patting his chest. Stop bragging. You can't beat me. Forget it. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to drink with my dream lover. Apparently, Old Gu wasn't in the mood to talk. He was quite frustrated. Chu Feng's expression immediately darkened. Wait, who do you want to drink with? He knew who Old Gu's dream lover was. It was Qin Luin's previous incarnation, the prehistoric #1 beauty, Qingyin. Of course it's my Qingyin, Old Gu replied. I'll beat you to death. That's the mother of my child. Although I have no relations with her, don't blame me for descending if you dare to act recklessly. How despicable. Li Dahe is a bastard, and now you're also a bastard. How preposterous. Both of you are opposing me. Especially you. Why did you blaspheme Qingyin? Although my impression of her is almost blurry, it's still a memory of the past. If you speak nonsense again, I promise to descend and beat you up. Old Gu was furious. Damn you. There was no way to reason with him. Chu Feng was speechless. This Old Gu thought he was taking liberties with him and blaspheming that goddess. He didn't believe that Chu Feng even had a son. Then he saw a yellowing picture scroll in front of Old Gu. The person on it was indeed quite similar to Qin Luoyin. It was the prehistoric #1 beauty, Fairy Qingyin. Chu Feng didn't say anything. He wasn't a real person, so he didn't provoke Old Gu any further. In the end, he said, Old Gu, your temper is rising. Don't delay, I want to advance. If you don't give me the mutant soil, I'll immediately cause trouble for you. Come, I'm a great heavenly venerable now. I can fight 2 of you alone. Don't think that King Hung is so great just because he can kill heavenly venerables. I can still suppress you now. Old Gu had red lips and white teeth. He had the appearance of an elegant and beautiful youth, but now he was very irritable. Chu Feng was truly shocked. This fellow had become a great heavenly venerable. His evolution was too fast. However, he soon felt relieved. This old fellow had stored many good things in various places in his previous life. He had prepared them for this life. Moreover, Old Gu's physical body couldn't be considered a new one. His physical body had always been the same. It was only for the sake of perfection, transcendence, and even more astonishing potential. He walked the path of the 9 netherworlds and buried himself in the Een manner to start over. Cough, Old Gu just now. I just killed a great heavenly venerable from the Yuan clan. What did you say? Old Gu was shocked. He didn't believe it and wanted to curse. He had just become a great heavenly venerable and wanted to show off in a low-key manner. You're telling me that you just killed one? That's why I'm very, very anxious now. I want to transform again, and I need the mutant soil. Chu Feng said. How much do you want? Old Gu was skeptical. Almighty mutant soil. Give me 50,000 kilograms. Chu Feng shouted. How much? Old Gu almost threw the communicator on the ground. Then, he dug his ears, afraid that he had misheard. 50,000 kilograms. Third Secmaster. Chapter 1509. Old Gu dug his ears once more to confirm that he hadn't heard wrongly. That was to say, Chu Feng wasn't nearby. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to attack Chu Feng. You've been possessed by Li Dahe, haven't you? He questioned. Ever since he found out that he had been tricked by his big brother, he no longer revered Li Dahe. He always felt that Li Dahe was a black hole. You're the one who's been possessed. I'm strong, so naturally, I need more. Chu Feng corrected. Old Gu said with a dark expression, You want 50,000 kilograms of mutant earth? Are you crazy? People can't be compared to each other. I need a huge amount to evolve again. Otherwise, how can I be unrivaled in the same realm? That's why I'm special. Old Gu looked at him unkindly through the screen. Aren't you ashamed? Isn't it just a hung king? Even if you're extraordinary, you just want to evolve into a celestial venerable. What do you need so much mutant earth for? Let me add, I'm a hung king with 2 Dao fruits. I just killed a great celestial venerable, so I'm different from others. I need a lot this time. Old Gu really wanted to spit on his face. He had just become a great celestial venerable, yet Chu Feng had emphasized more than once that he had just killed a great celestial venerable. How shameful! Chu Feng said, I'm too strong. Celestial venerable earth might not be effective against me. That's because I used a lot of it to advance to Hung King with 2 Dao fruits. Old Gu's face turned red and then green. Can't you stop being cocky? I know you're strong, yet you keep emphasizing it. Who are you talking to? I've advanced by leaps and bounds, so I need a lot of superior earth. I'm about to kill my way into that realm, so I prepared 3 portions of mutant earth for myself, said Old Gu. He had to redeem some face for himself. Otherwise, would he really be a weakling? He had broken through with great difficulty to become a great celestial venerable, so he wanted to show off a bit. But in the end, this hateful demon brat kept stabbing at his heart. Old Gu's lungs were hurting from holding it in. That was why he was putting on an arrogant stance. He wanted to let Chu Feng understand that his own clan was about to advance again. He was still suppressing him and surpassing Demon King Chu's realm. Old Gu, take it easy. Your accumulation isn't deep enough, and your cool-down time isn't long enough. Something bad will happen. You have to be careful and don't act recklessly. Chu Feng said earnestly. Old Gu was so angry that his nose became crooked. You're just a youth, yet you've advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only do you not say that you haven't accumulated enough, you're even advising others? Who are you mocking? Old Gu's nose was no longer his nose, and his eyes were no longer his eyes. He really didn't want to look at this devil anymore. However, he still endured it. He had to remind Chu Feng, because this problem was indeed incomparably serious. He said, When you were talking about me, didn't you think about yourself? Old Goo became serious and said, "The pollen road is too dangerous. If you don't accumulate enough experience, you'll die a miserable death even if you have 10,000 lives. I advise you to start seclusion now or go to the mortal world to experience the various forms of life. Don't evolve anymore, otherwise the outcome will be tragic." These weren't empty words, but words that came from the bottom of his heart. If one was careless, they would die a miserable death regardless of whether one was a heaven's pride or an ultimate talent. Since ancient times, there had never been any accidents. Those who evolved too quickly wouldn't have a good ending. The early stages of the pollen road were fine and smooth, but the death rate would skyrocket toward the later stages. There was no smooth road to speak of. There was only to talk about the ordinary divine kings. As for the talented ones, those who were close to the celestial venerable realm, they were also quasi-celestial venerables. The success rate of these special divine kings was extremely low, less than 1 in 100. What if ordinary divine kings were included? The ratio was unimaginable. It was even more difficult to become a celestial venerable. If one wanted to advance further, the ratio would only be lower. Old Goo, don't talk about me. What about you? You rose up so quickly. Aren't you also alive and kicking? Chu Feng asked. How do you know I haven't experienced a death tribulation? Something almost happened to me in the celestial venerable realm. When I became a great celestial venerable, I even encountered a great spiritual tribulation and also encountered the calamity of decay, almost dying. I relied on my extraordinary methods and heaven-defying abilities. If it was someone else, I guarantee that their corpse would already be stinking. Even if they had 100 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Old Goo warned seriously. There were elements of showing off and bragging, but most of it was still true. This process was extremely dangerous. Don't worry, you can do it. I will become even stronger. Chu Feng patted his chest and said. He really didn't regard Old Goo as an outsider, saying whatever he wanted to say. Old Goo was so angry he wanted to die. This damn child. Did he know how to speak human language? Why did he want to give him a violent beating? Old Goo endured it. Then he straightened his back again, recovering his arrogant attitude. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, You and I are different. Don't you know who I, Old Goo, am? Then he spoke the truth in a sincere and heartfelt manner. There is a difference between the two of us. I've been buried in Een Manor for countless years in the state of the 9 netherworlds, hibernating from the prehistoric times to the present to reconstruct my body. It can be said that this is the best accumulation and incomparable accumulation. Endless years have passed, and I've been waiting in the darkness for the sake of blossoming resplendently in this era. Old Goo was very serious this time and didn't joke around. This was the truth. His accumulation was enough. How many years had passed since the prehistoric times to the present? He had always been waiting for the opportunity of this era and had experienced the baptism of countless years. Chu Feng also became serious and said, I know my own situation. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any problems. As long as there is soil at the great power level, I can guarantee my safety. What I need right now is time. This world is about to be finished, and there is no future to speak of. If I don't rise up now and think about accumulating, I will die even faster. Old Goo stared fixedly at him. This fellow came from the Little Een realm. So how could he be so special? Didn't he need to accumulate? He was starting to doubt life and wanted to slice up Chu Feng to study him. He had the body of a youth and the Tao fruit of a dual eternal king. Now, he was shouting that he was going to advance soon. Chu Feng then said, Old Goo, do you have suitable pollen? Don't randomly evolve. If you really can't do it, I'll find a few plants of exceptional quality for you in the future. Old Goo's face twitched. He was still warning Chu Feng to be careful, but in the end, Chu Feng was lecturing him instead. Of course I do. I prepared them all back then, and they were especially ample. There were a few divine medicinal trees in the past that were all heaven-defying. I've stored them away and planted them in a certain secret realm. I took a look last time, and they were all still there. Some of the fruits on the medicinal trees are about to ripen, and as long as a large amount of strange soil is provided, the ripening time can be quickly shortened. The flowers and fruits of different ancient trees corresponded to different cultivation realms. Olgu naturally didn't just prepare one type of contingency plan. He even had 3 other medicinal gardens. But this time, some of the varieties had long since rotted. Even if the flower seeds grew again, some plants would be missing, but overall, it was enough for his use. At this point, Olgu was a bit doubtful. I took advantage of the prehistoric era when my big brother was still in power to prepare these rare varieties for myself. Some of them can be considered peerless. But where do you have pollen? Do you have divine medicinal trees? He warned Chu Feng that the choice of pollen was extremely important and couldn't be messed around. Ordinary pollen and ordinary fruits would affect one's upper limit of achievement. Chu Feng said, "Don't worry, I found a prehistoric secret realm and saw a few ancient trees bearing flower buds." Because the medicinal properties are too strong, under normal circumstances, it might take a few years for the petals to bloom. But as long as there's mutant soil at the almighty level to accelerate the ripening, it won't take long. He really couldn't explain the 3 seeds at the moment, especially when they were talking through the internet. There was no way to explain in detail, and if the secret was leaked, the effects would be too terrifying. Although Old Goo was suspicious, he didn't ask in detail. This kind of thing wasn't suitable to investigate while using the communicator. Then he said proudly, "Yes, I need 3 portions of mutant soil at the almighty level to accelerate the ripening of my divine ancient tree." This was very shocking. Normally, 1 portion of mutant soil at the almighty level was enough to nurture a great medicine of the same level. However, Old Goo added 3 additional portions, which meant that he needed 4 portions of mutant soil at the almighty level to evolve this time. The quality of his medicine was evident. Chu Feng looked at his expression and couldn't help but ask curiously, "How many portions of mutant soil at the almighty level is 100,000 kilograms equivalent to?" Old Goo wanted to spit at him. "I'm showing off like this and waiting for you to be astonished and dumbfounded. In the end, you're so indifferent and even want to stab me in the back." Chu Feng saw through his state and immediately laughed awkwardly. "You're amazing. What kind of medicine did you prepare? What kind of rare ancient tree did you prepare?" "It's a medicinal tree that my big brother used in the past. Let me tell you, I prepared all the sacred trees and immortal herbs needed for his pollen evolution." "You cheater!" Chu Feng curled his lips. Fortunately, Old Goo didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely choke on his anger. Old Goo said, "Do you know how heavy a portion of mutant soil is? It varies from 1 or 200 kilograms to 2,000 kilograms. So, do you understand how ridiculous you are? 50,000 kilograms." Chu Feng was dumbfounded and only came back to his senses after a while. "Then prepare 10 to 20 portions for me. In any case, the remaining ones are useless after you've advanced to the almighty level. Don't tell me you don't have any. With that cheater's personality, you must have prepared a huge pile back then. It must be as tall as a small mountain, right?" Old Goo really wanted to beat him to death. What cheater? It was too unpleasant to hear. Moreover, he had been tricked until he was crying and laughing foolishly. He was about to go crazy. "I can squeeze out 2 portions for you," Old Goo said after some thought. This was the result of his ample preparations back then. The value of this kind of thing was immeasurable. If he wanted to buy it, there was no way he wouldn't be able to. This kind of thing was as precious as their lives and definitely wouldn't be sold. "Old Goo, although you're very generous, it's just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for me. Do you have more?" Chu Feng sighed. Old Goo's righteousness indeed reached the clouds. Saying priceless wasn't enough to describe the value of almighty soil. It was truly a priceless treasure. It was too rare. However, his seed was a bottomless pit that couldn't be fed to its fullest. "I'll think of a way. Perhaps I can find more for you." "Right, where are you?" "I'll have someone send it over," Old Goo said. "Yuezhou," Chu Feng informed. He pondered for a bit. Old Goo had found 3 portions for him. In addition to the ones he had on hand and the 3 he had ordered in advance, It should be about enough. Why did you run to Wejo? Old Goose seriously suspected that this fellow was up to no good. I ordered 3 portions of almighty soil and was waiting to pick them up, Chu Feng replied. What's going on? To be more specific, I'm preparing to raid the lair of the 3 Yuan clan almighties, Chu Feng replied. Old Gu immediately became excited when he heard this. He threw down his wine cup and ran out while shouting, Wait for me. Chapter 15:10. Old Gu had arrived at lightning speed. He borrowed the teleportation domain of a certain giant city to arrive at Yu Province. Then, he tore through the air and arrived at the rendezvous point with Chu Feng. It's been a long time since I've raided a house. I really miss the prehistoric times. Conquering powerful enemies and going to their lair to exchange for treasures was one of life's greatest pleasures. Old Gu was shameless. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his face was especially tender. He looked just like a pretty boy. I'm raiding a house to advance. What are you so excited about? Chu Feng was puzzled. You don't understand. This is a nostalgic state of mind, a type of emotion. I'm experiencing the passing of old good times. There's a sense of time changing and the vicissitudes of life. Old Gu was acting like a poet. Chu Feng wanted to give him a slap. You're sick. You missed the days when you nibbled on your brother. Follow me in the future and call me Brother Chu. I'll protect you in the future, said Chu Feng. Scram, I'll nibble on you? You're still asking me for almighty level treasured earth. You still have the face to boast shamelessly? Old Gu was quite sharp. Don't be anxious. This is an investment. My future is worth betting on. The one before you is Chu Zhongdi, the future supreme immortal emperor. Your fortune isn't bad to have met me in this life. Chu Feng's shameless attitude really made Old Gu want to beat him up. However, he thought about it and realized that this demon had just killed a great heavenly venerable. He might not be a match for him. As such, he could only endure with a dark expression. Here, 2 portions of almighty level mutant earth. Although he wanted to beat up Chu Feng, Old Gu was quite generous. He really brought 2 portions of incomparably rare mutant earth. A bluish-gold color completely submerged the soil. A portion of it was revealed from the container, and immediately, beams of light shot into the sky. Chu Feng quickly covered it up. Was this still soil? It was too shocking. It was even more mysterious than all kinds of treasures. One didn't need to look carefully to know that this was a priceless treasure. Comparatively speaking, when he killed Tai Wu, the soil he took from that place was much plainer. It was dark red in color and didn't reveal anything. Tai Wu was a peak character among the Empyreans. He had long been preparing to break through to the realm of almighty beings, but he had been accumulating all this time. Moreover, his mutant soil wasn't as mysterious and powerful as Old Gu's, so he still needed another 100 years to mature his scarlet almighty lotus. In the end, it was taken away by Chu Feng. However, a portion of this dark red soil was used up when Chu Feng advanced to the dual eternal domain. Fortunately, he still had a copy that he'd copied from his senior sister in the Imperial Martial Academy. That type of soil was black in color, and it seemed as if it was dug out from a swamp. However, the spirituality contained within it was extremely shocking. How is it? This type of blue gold earth is rarely seen in this world. My older brother used it before. Old Gu was immensely proud of himself. This time, Chu Feng couldn't help but nod his head in admiration. Then, Old Gu took out another portion. This was a pure, white, jade-like soil. It didn't have the brilliance of a rainbow that shot into the heavens, but it was also special. It automatically attracted the surrounding world essence, making its spirituality even richer. Old Gu said, do you see? This soil is even more amazing. In this world, it's hard to find 1 or 2 portions of it. It is said that this is dug out from the 4 extremes of the floating earth. When mixed with other mutant soils, it can increase the quality of all mutant soils. Chu Feng was amazed, deeply amazed. Was it that mystical? Finally, he stroked the pure white soil. He couldn't help but ask, do you think this is bone ash? Old Goo's lips twitched and black veins popped out on his face. Do you even know how to converse? How did such a good thing taste so different in your mouth? However, he couldn't help but think about it. It really might be true. During the Soul River War, there were all sorts of roars and all sorts of secrets that spread out. Now, many people knew that the four extremes of the floating earth were possibly the crematorium of invincible life forms. They used the yin-yang dual firewood, the great void flame, and the ancient cosmic flame to burn it. I also kept a portion for myself. Do I still need it? Old Goo felt his stomach ache. No need. Give it to me. I don't mind. Chu Feng didn't care about the origin of this soil. It was fine as long as it could evolve. Increasing his strength was the most important thing right now. Stand to the side. I can only give you these 2 portions. Chu Feng said, Didn't you say that you could find more? I'll give it a try. Old Goo walked to the side and used his communicator to contact someone. It was actually the Emperor's supporting organization. Now he could mobilize them. In the end, it was just as Old Goo had expected. The Emperor's supporting organization was able to prepare nearly 2 portions for him. Not bad. Have you taken over that underground organization? Chu Feng was surprised. What do you mean take over? That was originally mine. Old Goo crossed his hands behind his back and had a very aloof appearance. That can't be right. In the past, you were very afraid of them. You didn't even dare to contact them, thinking that they might have betrayed you. At this point, Chu Feng suddenly understood. Because Li Su is still alive, there's no need for you to purge the organization. They'll be very obedient now and won't plot against you for the time being. Chu Feng hit the nail on the head and pointed out the essence of the matter. Although Old Goo didn't want to admit it, this was the reality. It was still his big brother's light that illuminated the world. Now, no one would dare to touch him. The Emperor's supporting organization was very efficient. It only took them half a day to gather everything and deliver it to the designated location. As expected, it was nearly 2 portions of almighty-grade mutant soil. It had to be said that the organization was very powerful and unfathomable. They also had a premonition that the world was going to change. They had already organized the few quasi-celestial venerables who had hopes of becoming almighty to go into seclusion. Otherwise, there would be more mutant soil. Chu Feng said, This is close to 4 portions. In addition to my half, that's 5.5 portions. Old Goo said, It's completely enough. Let me tell you, according to the records, 3 portions of almighty grade soil is enough to make any medicinal tree mature. If you're worried, you can add another portion. Then, it'll be foolproof. Is it enough? That tree of mine is a big pit. I always feel that it's not enough. Chu Feng was doubtful. He had this kind of awareness. 3 is a magical number. Everything is related to it. 3 gives birth to all things. From ancient times until now, 3 portions of top-notch mutant soil is enough for all great divine medicines. Old Goo patted his chest and told Chu Feng that the mutant soil he was looking for Chu Feng was of superb quality. It was incomparable. Any medicinal plant would bloom with immortal buds, and the fragrance of flowers would spread for 10 li. Right? It's not like you're going to advance into the almighty realm. It's enough. Do you want to defy the heavens? It's too extravagant for you to want so much almighty-grade mutant soil. Old Goo's eyes were unkind. He believed that Chu Feng would definitely waste it. Don't worry, not a single grain of soil will be wasted. Just watch and see. Then, he pondered for a while and felt that it wasn't safe. There was too little soil. However, those 3 Yuan clan old fellows were nailed to their homes and wouldn't move. Don't force me to go and rob them. Chu Feng ground his teeth. Then, he began to think of external help. After going through every household, he suddenly thought of a certain strange dragon, the scapegoat Long Diyu. Old Goo asked the Emperor's supporting organization to find me someone. That person's situation is similar to yours, perhaps even more evil. It's suspected that he's reincarnated 3 times. God knows how many rare treasures from his past life are buried there. Old Goo fumed. How am I evil? It had to be said that the Emperor's supporting organization was truly heaven-defying. It was worthy of being a colossus of the underground world. No one knew the realm of its leader. Their system was enormous, and there were many experts walking in the dark. Soon, news arrived. The strange dragon wasn't a contented lord. It had traded with the underground world several times, and no one knew where it had obtained the treasures. It often bartered and found people to help it exchange for what it needed in the underground market. Old Goose said, "We couldn't find this strange dragon. Its whereabouts are secretive, and its self-defense ability is too strong. There's no way to find it. However, we have his communication method. He'll occasionally turn on, so we can contact him." "All right, I'll contact him." Chu Feng tried many times. Finally, the next day he got in touch. The other party turned on his communicator. "Who is it?" "Dayu, it's me." Chu Feng greeted intimately. The strange dragon was nibbling on a sparkling red coral-like divine fruit. Its mouth was full of fragrance and multicolored light. It had been eating nourishment every day in order to become stronger and evolve to perfection. Now, it had spat out a mouthful of fruit juice. Goosebumps rose all over its body. Who the hell was this? It was too mushy. "Who are you?" he asked. "Long time no see. Have you forgotten me?" "I'm your brother Dada," Chu Feng said with a deadpan expression. After long day you heard this, he was in a bad mood. His emotions were in turmoil. He shouted, "Which grandson?" He only knew one person called Dada in this life. He often clenched his teeth and wanted nothing more than to drag G-Dade over and beat him to a pulp. Not to mention his nose, even his eyes and ears were spewing white smoke. He was furious. This damn G-Dade had made him a scapegoat time and time again. Now, he even dared to contact him and call himself Brother Dada. Was this a provocation, or was he courting death? "G-Dade, come over if you have the guts. I'll kill you with one hand." Long Dayu shouted. He was truly agitated and angry. Old Gu rolled his eyes at Chu Feng. What kind of outrageous things had you done to make him so emotional? He wanted nothing more than to jump over and cut him up. "Dayu, there's a little misunderstanding, but we're brothers. I want to buy some mutant soil from you. Will you sell it? I'll kill you, and you still dare to ask for mutant soil from me." Long Dayu was crazily munching on the divine fruit. He first stopped himself from spitting it out. He was afraid that he would explode mentally and couldn't help but want to roar Chu Feng to death. The strange dragon felt that he had to calm this bastard down. He would find his whereabouts and torment him. Last time, he had finally met this G-Dade in the three-way battlefield. It was Chowda, but in the end, he was countered and threatened. He had no choice but to compromise. This time, he would definitely flip out. "You scoundrel, dog thing, ungrateful, repaying kindness with enmity." Long Dayu cursed. Finally, as if he had vented his anger, he asked, "You're about to advance. Are you an Empyrean?" "Yes, it's like this. I want 4 or 5 portions of celestial master soil. I can trade with you. After all, we're brothers. I guarantee you won't lose out, and you'll make a big profit. There were some misunderstandings in the past, but we can just let bygones be bygones. Besides, you tricked me first. In the end, I only succeeded in counterattacking." Beside him, Old Gu was surprised. "Didn't you want Almighty Master Soil? Why did you change it to Celestial Master Soil?" Chu Feng endured Long Dayu's roars. Then, they finally reached an agreement. He set up a location with Long Dayu and prepared to pick up the goods. "What's wrong with you? You only want Celestial Master Soil, but you deliberately tricked me?" Old Gu's eyes were unkind. Chu Feng shook his head and said, "No, I want Almighty Master Soil. But that dragon wants to cause trouble and trick me. I'm going to try tricking him later." "What's going on?" Old Gu was puzzled. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. That dragon will definitely find 2 or 3 Almighty Master helpers to go to the agreed location to stop me." Chu Feng felt that the strange dragon was definitely capable of doing such a thing. His heart was truly evil. Moreover, the strange dragon had the strength to summon Almighty Master powerhouses. Back then, Long Dayu had been made a scapegoat and was wanted by the human sovereign Emo clan. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and found an old almighty master friend from his previous life to attack the Mo clan. He was too bold. Chu Feng believed that the strange dragon had the strength and was also black-hearted. This time, it most likely wanted to deal with him. I won't go for now. I'll leave him hanging. I'll try advancing first. If I can immediately obtain double celestial master fruit, I'll keep the appointment and deal with and rob the strange dragon. Chu Feng wanted to plant medicine and let the seeds germinate. He wanted to see if more than 5 portions of almighty master soil was enough. Perhaps he could succeed. Chapter 15:11. Old Goo, I'm going to evolve. I'm going to plant some medicine. Protect me. Chu Feng was incomparably serious. He really couldn't wait any longer. It would be more effective to increase his strength first and then look for resources later. Only when he was powerful enough to crush his enemies could he find more mutant soil and climb to a higher realm of evolution. Chu Feng had already made up his mind. He would ask his enemies for the resources he needed, including the divine soil. He wouldn't feel any psychological burden if he paid them a visit. You're planting medicine to accelerate the ripening? But where is the divine medicinal tree? The old man was bewildered. He had always suspected that Chu Feng didn't have any roots. That medicinal tree evolution? It wasn't something a prehistoric old man like him could prepare in advance. Now, he was finally about to see a corner of the truth. Let's go. This place won't do. We need to find a place with vigorous ancestral veins and concentrated spiritual energy from several provinces. We can still borrow some power in case we don't have enough mutant soil. Chu Feng led the way in front. They searched through Yu Province, Ming Province, Hui Province, Qing Province, and Zhuo Province in search of the true ancestral lair and the legendary land of fortune. It wasn't good to disturb a territory with an owner, but he was a heavenly master in the field of domains. Nothing could hide from him regarding the veins of the earth. In the end, Chu Feng chose a famed mountain. The old man's expression changed immediately. He drew in a breath of cold air and said, "Wait a moment. We can't enter this place. This is one of the top 1,000 famed mountains in the Yang realm. Even if it isn't in the top 100, it's still strange. There might be corpses from billions of years ago and old monsters from several epochs. It's possible that they haven't even breathed their last." Chu Feng said, "Is that so? You've been fooled. This place has already become an ownerless land. I can sense the rich vitality of the veins of the earth, but there's no aura of the living." Recently, Chu Feng had experienced all kinds of strange things. He had even personally visited a terrifying place like the Soul River and gained a deep understanding of domains. He had already become a true heavenly master and was no longer close to it. Instead, he had completely stepped into this unfathomable domain. Old Goose sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter what was said or done, this place was still a famous mountain in the past. Generally speaking, no one would dare to explore this place without the cooperation of a few powerhouses. It was to the extent that some famed mountains looked unremarkable and had been in decline for countless years. If something went wrong, even ultimate existences would suffer a great loss inside. Don't overreach yourself, Olga reminded. He always felt that this demon, Chu Feng, had mobilized too many people. It was a bit ridiculous. Just what kind of great medicine was he trying to speed up? Moreover, was it really a good idea to transplant a medicinal tree like this before evolution? He was full of questions. He speculated that maybe Chu Feng had a space treasure in the small world, and the herb tree was planted in it, so it could be safely moved to the famous mountain. This mountain was covered in dust, truly unremarkable. However, it was extremely ancient, possessing a great reputation in the past. Not many creatures dared to approach it. Of course, this famed mountain was more active in the last Great Era. After this Great Era, there was almost no activity. It was precisely because of this that it had fallen to around the 1,000th rank. "No, you still can't go. It's too dangerous." Olgu stopped him. However, no matter how much he advised, Chu Feng walked down this dark path and insisted on going. Of course, he also requested that Old Gu not approach. Even though he was quite confident, he was still scared that something unexpected would happen. He prepared a transport domain for Old Gu on a distant mountaintop so that he could escape at any time. Hung Long. Chu Feng opened up the belly of the mountain, walked through the cracks between the rocks, and entered. Inside, corpses were everywhere, but they were all rotten and would shatter with just a slight touch. Moreover, there was dust everywhere, and large amounts of smoke and dust would be stirred up when one stepped on it. It really has withered away. Did all the creatures here die? Old Gu was shocked. It wasn't that no one dared to have designs on this place during all these years, but they all shrunk back in the end. That was because during the ancient era, this place had erupted with killing intent, killing a powerful intruder. It was clear that the corpses here weren't the original owner and were left behind through the passage of time. Perhaps they were enemies, or perhaps they were the original owner's disciples. It was unknown just how many great eras the original owner was from. It really wasn't easy for him to hide until this era. In the end, Chu Feng found him. He found the original owner in the largest stone room in the belly of the mountain. There were shattered bones everywhere, as well as some tattered human skin. Was he eaten by something, or did his transformation fail? Chu Feng believed it to be the latter. What was even more regretful was that there was nothing left behind. The original owner had exhausted everything during his death seclusion. Even the energy of the treasures on his body had been sucked dry, and the treasures were scattered all over the ground. Even the underground ancestral vein and the nearby region had dried up, only leaving behind dust and ashes. Old Gu also came over, saying he really died. Then he said, "If there's enough time, find someone to excavate this famed mountain's earth veins. Within 5 years, we will be able to extract and refine a portion of great power level earth." After all, this place hadn't been refined for many years. Where did all the rare and special soil in the world come from? They all came from famed mountains and great rivers, selected bit by bit from the underground ancestral vein and slowly refined. It could be said that every single grain of strange earth was incomparably precious, mixed with blood and bones. It was because there was a need to kill and fight. The famed mountains and great rivers, as well as all types of cultivation pure lands and ancestral veins, were all occupied by others. Meanwhile, this was all the result of the various clans fighting each other, dividing up territories, and fighting over them. Chu Feng sighed. This place was extremely good, but he didn't have the time. How could he wait 5 years to refine the earth? All right, this is the place. Chu Feng produced 3 seeds. One of them had a strange appearance, bright red and replete with moisture, shaped like an 8 trigrams furnace. Of course, Old Gu didn't recognize this one. In his eyes, there were only 2, and one of them seemed to have been squashed. "Are you kidding me?" Old Gu's expression was extremely unkind. Was he toying with him? He thought that Chu Feng didn't have any roots, didn't have any prehistoric origins, that he was most likely lucky enough to find a secret realm this time, moreover able to store it in a spatial treasure. In the end, this devil lord Chu Feng casually rummaged through his pockets and took out 2 rotten seeds. And this was the great medicine? Judging from the appearance of the seeds, they were black, or perhaps dark purple in color. They had all been squashed and crushed. Could this thing be planted? Moreover, which great medicine was planted at the last minute? Which one of them didn't grow for a long period of time and produce flower buds? Only then could they pay a huge price to ripen it. Did you just randomly pick up 2 beans and 2 weed seeds? You dare to trick me like that? Deceiving my strange earth. Old Gu was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. "Don't worry, I'll let you witness a miracle in a while." Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He really wasn't joking. Being able to evolve in front of Old Gu was a manifestation of his complete trust. This time, Old Gu was quite generous, directly obtaining nearly 4 portions of almighty-level evolution soil for him. This was a great debt of gratitude. Chu Feng felt that he had to properly repay Old Gu in the future. Old Goo became more and more suspicious, feeling that this was unreliable. He had never seen someone plant medicine at the last minute just to evolve. Chu Feng also sighed and said, "There's no problem with the medicine. What I'm most worried about is the lack of strange earth." Then, he turned around and left. He decided to take a stroll, or else he would be a bit unwilling. "Where are you going?" Old Gu asked. "I want to see if the 3 old fellows of the Yuan tribe have made a move," replied Chu Feng. Old Gu could see that this devil lord wasn't lying and was actually serious. He was simply crazy poor, and his thirst for the strange earth had reached a crazy level. Old Gu accompanied him on this trip, but the two were disappointed, especially Chu Feng. He was a bit quiet and nervous along the way, feeling that he didn't have enough strange earth. Old Gu was at a loss for a while, but in the end he clenched his teeth and said, "How about this? I'll go and gather another portion for you. But you have to return it to me as soon as possible. Otherwise, some of my herbs will die." He didn't believe in evil and clenched his teeth to help Chu Feng. He wanted to see what he could grow. Could it really be so evil? "Old Gu, you must have been my lover in your past life. Let's meet again in this life by fate." Chu Feng was moved and grabbed his arm. "Get lost." Old Gu pushed him away and then shook his hand with all his might. He felt goosebumps all over his body, and his entire body was shivering. Especially that hand, it felt like cold air was blowing. Apart from the divine medicinal trees, Old Gu had also prepared 3 medicinal gardens in the prehistoric era. He was afraid that something would happen to the medicinal trees and they wouldn't be able to survive until this era. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. His most powerful medicinal trees weren't damaged. "I'm going to the medicinal garden to dig up some earth. But after you advance, you must quickly replenish it for me. Otherwise, I'm afraid the herbs in the garden will die." Then, Old Gu left to dig up the earth for real. Half a day later, Old Gu returned and brought 1.5 portions of almighty great earth for Chu Feng. It was flowing with brilliant colors and surging with spiritual purity. The energy density was incomparably astonishing. Old Gu was incomparably serious as he said, "Let me tell you, this is from the 3 medicinal gardens. If I don't replenish it in the near future, some of the medicinal herbs won't be able to be preserved. My losses will be boundless. I'll remember this favor." Chu Feng nodded solemnly. "A favor?" Old Gu was anxious and corrected him. "Like this, there were 7 portions of almighty grade mutant earth in total." After returning to the famed mountain, Chu Feng walked into the mountainside and began to make serious preparations. Old Gu's appetite was indeed whetted. He still found it hard to believe that Chu Feng would produce some astonishing pollen when he planted medicine on the spot. It didn't feel believable, especially when he saw the seed Chu Feng chose in the end. He was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground and his eyes almost popped out. "Do you think I'm an idiot? What the hell did you take out?" Old Gu was indignant and truly couldn't bear it anymore. This devil, Chu Feng, actually fooled him like this. He took out a small 8 trigrams furnace and prepared to plant it. "Do you think I've never seen the world and don't know about the wondrous seeds under the heavens? Let me tell you, I have a peerless medicinal tree myself. I've also seen those undefeated seeds and peerless fruits at my big brother's place. You dare to deceive Grandpa Gu like this?" Old Gu was truly anxious. That was because he felt that this swindler Chu had hurt his feelings. He was so crude and unskillful even in deceiving others. "Don't be impatient." Chu Feng told him not to be agitated. He took out the stone jar and poured out the messy things inside. This included reincarnation soil. Old Gu had naturally seen it before and had even been gifted some by Chu Feng when they parted last time. However, he still couldn't help but be envious. But when Old Gu saw the gray creature, his expression changed and he became even more suspicious. How could there be such an inauspicious substance? What was Chu Feng doing? What was his identity? "Don't worry, I don't fear the inauspicious now. I'm not in cahoots with them. I've subdued this thing and can kill it at any time." Following this, Chu Feng patted the gray creature's head and said, "Dog, say hello to your Grandpa Gu. Sooner or later, I'll make you wish you were dead. The gray creature snarled. It had been forcefully suppressed into the form of a greyhound by Chu Feng, so it simply hated him to death. Old Gu's eyes stared blankly. Today he had truly witnessed all kinds of oddities. Then he fixed his eyes on another inauspicious item, a bloody humanoid monster. This was caused by Chu Feng's careless contact with the rare cosmic-grade pollen grains in the Taishang Forbidden Land. It had once caused his body to undergo a strange transformation, and he had slashed it out. It's fine. This blood-colored humanoid monster is now ignorant and muddle-headed. It has no initiative and will. I'll deal with it after I advance. Now, Chu Feng could bury it with reincarnation soil. It had become increasingly quiet during this period of time. The time to witness a miracle has arrived. Chu Feng said to Old Gu. He put all kinds of powerful mutant soil into the stone jar and also placed the seeds inside. Finally, he buried the stone jar under the mountain soil. Chu Feng said, "Perhaps a miracle isn't that surprising. After all, I'm now a deity and have 2 eternal king Dao fruits. I should express it like this. The time to witness the ultimate has arrived." Old Gu curled his lips. He really wanted to say, "Let's see how many days you'll need to grow them and how many days you'll need to accelerate their ripening." Moreover, he seriously suspected that even if a certain medicinal herb was grown, its effects wouldn't necessarily be that strong. However, the next moment, Old Gu's eyes went straight and almost became cross-eyed. He saw something. Rich energy was boiling and terrifying changes were taking place inside the jar. In a hurry, he saw a wisp of purple multicolored light blossom. There were leaves that overflowed with brilliant colors, and each plant had 3 leaves. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart as primal chaos mist pervaded the air. One plant with 3 leaves seemed to be deducing the Tao begets 1, and 3 begets all things. It really sprouted, and it grew out so quickly. Old Gu was astonished. What shocked him even further was that the plant with 3 leaves grew rapidly, uprooting itself from the ground and directly turning into a large tree. Damn, it's not flowers and plants, but a tree? How is this possible? It grew in the blink of an eye. Old Gu cried out. His eyes shone with green light, and he was completely stunned. Chu Feng was even more excited than him. It actually succeeded and actually grew a great medicine. He could evolve again and advance triumphantly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.